What's up, everyone? Welcome back to my channel. This is Nathan Daley, and I'm your law enforcement translator here to provide insight on these difficult topics. You guys, listen, we have a great stream tonight. I'm excited that you guys are here with me. I hope you guys had an amazing week. I wanted to do this yesterday, but I had too much going on. It's been a crazy, crazy week, you guys. I've been out of town. I'm back. Working a lot of work, a lot of things coming down the line that I have to share with you guys. I'll give you about another extra week, and I'm going to give you all the good information. Now, you saw the thumbnail. For those who are unfamiliar with this case we're going to talk about tonight, this situation is a very interesting situation. Nonetheless, involving a 16-year-old black teenager, two adult grown white men out of Florida. Very interesting discussion. And you saw the thumbnail. Is this racist, or is it the truth? Is it racist, or is it the truth? Before we get into that, let me get my shout outs to the chat as everybody starts supporting. Please, as you enter in, if you could so graciously hit the like button, you guys, on your way in. I really appreciate it. Listen, I'm learning about this like button. It's a big deal. Also, I have to share with you guys, apparently I guess they're trying to ban me from YouTube. I'm getting shadow banded. People are not getting notifications. So listen, please make sure you follow me on Instagram as well at realnathandaley. That's important, because what I'm going to do is, as I start doing these live streams, I'm going to actually post it on Instagram. That way you guys get an additional notification. So if you have Instagram, please follow me on Instagram until I figure out how to handle this whole thing with YouTube. I don't know why. I don't know why it happens. People say they do this to content creators based on their content. Some people say it's black content. Some people say it's things that sometimes just caught up in the algorithm. I don't really know, to be honest. But for just so we can kind of move forward and make sure everyone has the information and they get the notifications on time, please follow me on Instagram. It will help a lot. At least you'll get 2 notifications if you are not getting a notification. So, a little house cleaning tip. Outside of that, thank you so much for my moderators. I know you guys are out busy today. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. We won't be on too long, but this is a very interesting topic. I think it's very important that we cover it. It's in reference to an incident, again, that happened in Florida just a few days ago. The video went viral. Of course, this is the new thing now, people recording these incidents as they occur, and they post it. This video got like 3 million views. And I think it's very interesting for those who have not seen it. I will play it. If you did not see the trailer, I will play both videos. We're going to dive into it. So shout out to everybody. Welcome. Let's get comfy. I'm not going to keep you too long on this beautiful Friday. Listen, it's storming down here, so I hope the connection stays as it needs to stay connected, that we can have this good conversation. And hopefully, if it's not too long, you guys, I'll bring you guys up and get your thoughts on this particular situation. Now, listen, you guys know I don't try to be controversial. I like to just keep it real. I like to call it fair, right down the middle. You guys know I'm really big on these type of topics. I don't like mislabeling situations. I like to look at the facts. I like to look at the evidence and call it what it is, you guys. That's what I did for a living. I called it what it was. I did not allow my emotions to interfere with how I looked at situations objectively. And that's what we're going to do today. We're also going to call out some things that goes on in our community that need to be addressed. It's very important that we talk about it. Shout out to Dre. He's over here trying to recruit people out tonight. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the members of the channel. I really appreciate you guys' support. You guys, if you're not familiar with that, please, if you want to be a part of this journey, please join. The link is at the bottom. You guys would love to have you. Listen, so what happened? Let's talk about this. We got to get into it because I think it's very interesting. This situation out of Florida just a few days ago, you had a 16-year-old black male. He was driving in a community in Florida called the Lakes of Sanford or something like that, or the city of Sanford is where he was at, but it's called Forest Lake, the Forest Lake subdivision. Looks like a very wealthy subdivision, but I mean, this is Florida. And apparently he was speeding in the neighborhood. He was speeding in the neighborhood. He got stopped by some residents in the neighborhood. It was two white males and a white lady. Stopped him while he was in his car. He was in a white Mercedes. And listen, they got into a dispute. The two residents who live in the community threw a cone at his car. They got out and had an argument. Then one of the other residents took a giant brick, like rock stone, and then threw it through his window, through his back windshield, or I would say the side door, driver's side door window, and shattered it. And you guys, it looks crazy. It looks really, really crazy. So the young man handled himself. He handled himself really well. He was calm. He called 911. He reported the incident. And the police showed up and they investigated. They ended up taking the two men to jail, you guys. They ended up charging them, rightfully so. They should have been arrested and charged appropriately, and I believe they were. So, so what happened? You guys, he posted a video. They shared the video. I was looking at it the other day, and I'm like, oh, my God. It got 3 million views, as it should. I think it's important to share these things. But what are people talking about? People are saying it's racist. They're saying these are two racist white men harassing this black man who was minding his business going into this neighborhood in this subdivision. Now, you know me, I like to look into things. I'm very slow to speak, you guys. I just don't just jump on the bandwagon of things just simply because somebody said this is what it was. Unfortunately, in our community, we've gotten way too comfortable throwing the word racist around. We've gotten very cavalier with it, unfortunately mislabeling situations. And so I'm going to play the video. I want to get your thoughts on it. And then I'm also going to play several other clips, some news clips. I'm going to play the video from the father. We're going to play some 911 call and media call that the mother, when she spoke to the media, we're going to get her statement. We're going to put it all together, you guys. I'm going to give you my take. I'm going to give you my perspective as a law enforcement veteran. How would I have handled the situation? How do I see the situation? And then I'm curious to know what you guys think. This is crazy. But listen, and I posted this on Instagram. I tagged the gentleman, the young man as well. I want him to see it. I think this is important discussion for us to have. So first, let's play the initial video that went viral, you guys. I'm going to play that first. Get your thoughts on it. And then we're going to play the other bits and pieces of what I call evidence and information. And then I'll give you my opinion, my professional opinion. And then after that, I'll, of course, let you guys decide. I'm curious to know what you think. Was this racist? That's what this is all about. Is it being racist, or is this about being honest? You guys, this matters. Details matter. The facts matter. Is this racist, or is this being honest? So let's see.
Right here, buddy. Right here. Tell me what you were doing. Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood. Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood. I told you not to. Get out of my face. I'm not in your face. Get out of my neighborhood, fuckwad. Who got a gun? Who got the gun? The guy who's got a permit to carry it. You got a gun? You're the one that would get a gun. All right. Get out of this neighborhood. All right. Get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here.
But y'all want to smack?
All right. Very quick. I mean, it's not long. It's not a long clip. You guys, it's not a long clip at all. Look what they did to his car. Look what they did to his car. You guys, when I first saw this, I was like, what in the world happened? What happened? What happened? Damn, Andrea didn't even see the evidence yet. She said it's racist, y'all. Andrea said, I don't need to see nothing else, you guys. It's racist. It's racist. Andrea said it's racist, you guys. She wasted no time. She said there's no need to see anything else. It's racist. Mary Johnson said this was a 16-year-old Black American U.S. kid. Come on now. If that was a white American kid, we would not even be talking about this. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save that. Shout out to you, Mary. I like that statement. Mary, I'm gonna come back to that. Is it true if this was a white kid, would this ever happen? Would this even have happened, you guys? The question is, does this happen to white kids? I wonder who knows. I know. Does this happen to white teenagers in America? You guys, it does. It does. Uh-oh. Nisha said, no, it does not happen. She said it doesn't happen, you guys. It's okay. It's okay. Bring them in. Let's talk about it. Lisa said what I missed. I'm going to play the video again, and then we're going to break the video down. We're going to point out some things, and then we're going to go over the rest of the evidence, you guys. We're going to put it all together. Dallas said, wow, very racist. She said, very racist. She said, get out of our neighborhood. You don't belong here. What else could it be? It's true. It's true. Uh-oh. Shout out to Double R. He said, but was he racing and speeding through the neighborhood? You guys, that's the thing. Let's break it down. You got to break it down. I'm asking you to be objective. Can you be impartial? This is why a lot of us can't make it on a jury on serious cases involving this country. You guys, this is why you don't see a lot of black people on juries, unfortunately. We can't. Can you be impartial? Can you see this without the lens of color? Can you just look at the facts? Look at the facts. Look at the facts. What did Double R say? He said, wasn't he speeding and racing through the neighborhood? You guys, he was. He was. Now, let me give this disclaimer though. Let's be real. Regardless of what they were doing, racing and speeding, that does not authorize anyone to take matters in their own hands. You guys, we've seen this happen before, right? With Ahmaud Arbery, when people try to use vigilante justice, this is vigilante justice right here. It's wrong. It's against the law. You cannot do it. You know, hence why they went to jail, as they should have. But is it racist, or is this honest? Let's play this video again. I'm going to play it straight, and I'm going to slow it down. We're going to break down the things that were said. Everything is evidence. Everything is evidence. Let's go over it again. It's going to play. Of course, it would be acting up when it's time to play. Hold on. Let me pull it back up. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let's pull this video back up. I see what happened. I moved the file. What do you guys think? Is this keeping it real? Or are they wrong? Let's play this out. Dallas said, please help me understand.
Right here, buddy. Right here. Tell me what you were doing. Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood. Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood. I told you not to. Get out of my face. I'm not in your face. Get out of my neighborhood, fuckwad. Who got a gun? Who got the gun? The guy who's got a permit to carry it. You got a gun? You're the one that would get a gun. All right. Woo. All right, get out of this neighborhood. All right. Get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here.
But y'all want to smash the fucking window? Smash the window?
Ooh, you guys, look at that rock. Look at that. Look at that stone. Daughter, y'all said keeping it real racist. Ooh, keeping it real racist. So it said clearly racist. Everyone's saying racist. Here we go. Does anybody? I should do a poll in here. He called him an F-wad. He sure did. What happened, you guys? That's the video. Let's take it back from the beginning.
Right here, buddy. Right here. Tell me what you were doing. Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood.
His face. Oh man. Listen, what's interesting is this. What does he say? He says, listen, you're racing and burning out through my neighborhood. Let's be clear though. Here's the biggest problem. The problem is it's not your neighborhood, right? I don't know what this is about people, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, just people in general have this idea that because you pay taxes and you own a house and a community means that that's your neighborhood. You know, you share that neighborhood with other people who live there. It's not yours. You don't own that street. You don't own that road. You own the property that you have, that you pay taxes on, the property that you pay a mortgage on. That's yours, technically the bank, unless you own it. But that is the extent of your area of responsibility, not the street, not the roadway, not the public road. You don't own it. You do not own it. And I think it's very dangerous when people walk around with that entitlement, that mentality that, hey, this is the road of my community. I own this. You don't. You don't. And you see this often. You see this often in nice, wealthy areas. You see these in poor areas and middle class. Guys, listen, people have this mentality everywhere. Everywhere. There's certain streets in California I used to drive by or walk by, and people say, hey, we own this street. Go to Chicago. People think they own the street. People own blocks, own communities. I don't know where this came from, you guys. You don't own anything. You don't own anything. Ahmaud Arbery, same situation. This is our street. You're policing the street. It's not your job. It's public. It's the public road. You guys, so listen, this is interesting. This mentality, this entitlement.
Burning out, racing through my fucking neighborhood. I told you not to.
What did he say? This is what's very interesting about this entire encounter. This gentleman right here says, I told you not to. It gives the impression that they have had encounters with this gentleman before, you guys. This is what I'm listening to. When I see the evidence, I'm listening to everything. Sounds like they had an encounter with this young man before, right? Racing and burning out through the neighborhood. That's what he said. It's exactly what he said. Yeah, shout out to Millennial Mark TV. He said, just calling the police, reporting the action and the tag, the license plate, would have been easier. Exactly. That's what they should have done. You guys, that's what the police are here for. They're not... Listen, this is a free service. Technically, you pay for it through your taxes. The reality is, utilize the service. That's what we're here for, to take the liability off of citizens from doing this foolishness that these two men just did, right? They assaulted this young man. They damaged his property, all for a street they don't own, a community they do not own, and they do not have the right to do that. They don't. All they had to do was record the incident, call 911. We would have showed up, and we would have handled it accordingly. He's 16 years old. What did he say? He said, listen, I've told you not to do this before. Okay, cool. He's speeding and burning out in the neighborhood. Burning out, for those who don't know, is people drag their tires, they spin around in circles, right? This is the thing that they do. You guys, that is extremely dangerous. I know it might not seem like it. I know it seems harmless. It's dangerous. What makes these guys a racist? I'm still waiting to see what makes them a racist. And it's a gated community. They were there visiting, on their way to visit a friend. It's two gentlemen in the car, two black men in a vehicle, right? Shout out to Norris. Norris, I see you. I see you, Norris. Shout out to Norris. Two young black men minding their business in a gated community. According to this video evidence, that they were speeding and burning out in the neighborhood, and he's had contact with them before and told them not to do it. So you have residents that try to take matters in their own hand. We call this vigilante justice, and unfortunately, people get hurt by doing things like this, right? Let's play the video again. Let's keep going forward. See what happens. See what he says.
Get out of my face.
I'm not in your face. Get out of my neighborhood, fuckwad.
Who got a gun? Who got the gun?
The guy who's got a permit to carry it.
You got a gun?
So apparently someone made some statement about a gun. They probably threatened him with a gun. You see this guy, he's like, oh, shoot, he's recording. Let me get up out of here. Yo, this young man, his name is Jermaine. He handled himself very smoothly, you guys, like a G. He's like, yo, get out my face. They were in his face. That's personal space. You cannot get in his face. You guys, listen, if that kid wanted to smack one of them, he would have been justified. The kid would have been so justified in attacking or retaliating, I guess you would say, or defending himself. What happened? The young man stated that he was driving inappropriately in the neighborhood. He admitted to that. He said they jumped in front of his car. He had to stop. They threw a cone at his car, dented his car. And then what else? They threw a boulder damn near through the side passenger, rear passenger, or rear driver side passenger window. You guys, if someone was back there in the back seat, that's aggravated assault. Luckily, nobody was sitting back there. That's what I would have charged them with. Ag assault. Right? Ag assault with a deadly weapon. That stone is used in a deadly way is lethal. Someone got hit in the head with that. What did he say? He said, who got the gun? Someone must have threatened him. Someone must have threatened him with the gun. I'm curious. I'm curious to know who it was. But look, he handled himself better than a lot of grown-ups do in situations like this. So let's fast forward.
You're the one that would get a gun.
Shout out to Miss Lady right here. What'd she say? You're the one who would have got a gun. Now listen, you guys, that statement right there, completely out of line. Completely out of line. You're the one who would have a gun. Yikes. That's stereotyping 101. But listen, we all do it, right? Stereotyping 101. She's but again, that's not a crime for her to make that statement. It's not a crime.
Would get a gun.
All right.
Get out of this neighborhood.
All right.
Get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here.
But y'all want to smash the
So he said, get out. She said, get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here. I mean, is that racist to say you don't belong in this neighborhood? He doesn't live there. He doesn't. Get out of this neighborhood. You don't belong here, you guys. They've had multiple run-ins with this young man before. They have. The issue with them speeding and burning out into the neighborhood, you guys, is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. A lot of people might not believe it, but we get calls about things like this all the time. All the time. And what happens? People's cars run into other people's driveways. We have cars run into people's homes. We have people get hit, killed by people doing the exact same things that they're complaining about in residential neighborhoods, you guys. This is not anything new. This is a problem. This is why they put speed bumps down in communities, you guys, because people will act a fool on the roadways. But let's fast forward. Let's keep going.
fucking window. Smashed the window.
Yeah, he did.
That's the video. That's the video. Was that racist? I want someone to tell me what is racist about this situation. That's how we're going to end this whole conversation. I want someone to tell me what was racist about that. Shout out to Zamar. What did he say? Call the cops. Don't take law in your own hands. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Ms. Paris says could have been another 16-year-old that came before him. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. I got some evidence. I got some more evidence. Ah, man, Double R. Listen, you guys don't want to deal with the truth tonight. What did Double R say? It is a stereotyping, but black men culturally associate themselves with guns, drugs, etc. We allow hip-hop gang culture to dictate our image. There you go. Cuckoo cuckoo, you guys. What's the reality? She made a statement. You're the one that would have the gun. You guys, she's absolutely correct. It's a strong stereotype that's strongly accurate. You can't blame everything on racism, you guys. You just can't. You can't. Can't. You don't belong here. It's BS. This is America. Facts. Shout out to Nathan Davis. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. I'll tell you how I would handle that situation. I'm going to tell you how I would have handled that situation. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. We're going to talk about that. Let me say this. I want to come back to this statement right here. Too much entitlement in this country. That's the problem. All across the board. We have an image problem in this country that we need to fix. People are making money off of our image. You know, our image, the way we present ourselves in the media and music, entertainment, it's counterproductive. People do assume the worst when they see black skin. This is true. People stereotype. This is true. We stereotype against one another. Hell, everybody does it, you guys. Listen, this is nothing new. This is nothing new. We have to stop being hypocrites. We really need to stop being hypocrites. Yeah, this is facts. This is so true. Say young teenage white boys have guns. That is so true. That's probably what I would have hit her with too after she made that statement. I said, white boys obviously got guns. We know y'all got guns out here. So please stop. There we go. This is what I like to hear. What does Ms. Brown say? We can't definitively prove racism. All right. But we can prove they are criminals. Yes, we can. They are absolutely criminals who are suspected racist. You guys are not, they're not racist. They didn't do anything that would suggest they are racist. They're criminals, though. We could definitely say that. Definitely say that. So what happened? The father shows up. He's pissed. He's pissed. Let's see what the father had to say.
This right here, the three guys, three grown men with kids, 16 years old, 15 and 16 years old. These guys are grown people right here.
The father's right. First of all, we got two problems here. You got a 16-year-old driver and a 15-year-old passenger. And allegedly, the driver, 16, his name's Jermaine. He's speeding throughout and burning out in this neighborhood. He was told not to before, according to the evidence, allegedly. Allegedly, is he even licensed and legal to drive? Allegedly. I don't know what the Florida law is, but here in Georgia, 16, you have to have your learner's permit. And for a year before you get your license, you have to have an adult legal driver in the passenger seat. Unless Florida's different, I don't know. I didn't check, but is he legal to drive on his own without an adult licensed driver? Does he still have his permit, or did he get his license early? Possibly. The father makes a very interesting observation, which would have pissed me off too. What does he see? He sees the adults over there who did all this to his kid and his vehicle. It's unacceptable, you guys. There's no justification for it.
Here.
Look at it.
All three of them right there. That's the one right there. That's the one.
Disrespectful, okay? Let me tell you something. How would I handle this as a father? I would show up, ask my son what he did wrong. Listen, if this was me and my dad showed up at the scene, I'm getting my ass beat on site. On site. He's taking me up out of here, you guys. On site. My dad would show up and know I was in the wrong. Period. The fact that someone even had the opportunity to stop me and address me and damage and do whatever illegally to me, my dad would have been like, what did you do? That's how my parents always address me. What'd you do? You guys, there's two parts to this story. What did he do and what did they do? They're both wrong. And because they did something criminal and they're white, doesn't make them a racist. There's nothing that they did that would suggest that they are a racist. And I'm curious to know at the end of this stream, someone to prove to me that they are racist. But what they did right now, waving like this, the father, another man on the scene, and you're waving, this is not a game. Then my dad went over there and he would have laid hands on them. He'd have laid hands on me and then went over there and laid hands on them. And then would have called the police and say, okay, you can come take me to jail too. We'd have both all been going to jail that day. All of us. Disrespectful. It's insulting. You know, grown men acting like children. That's what I see right here. I see two grown men acting like children.
Throw this stone right in here. In my car.
This is crazy.
Look at this big old stone right here.
Look at that. Could you imagine if somebody was sitting back there, you guys? Those guys are lucky. If there was a kid back there and that stone went through the window while there was someone sitting in the back seat, that's aggravated assault all day. All day. So I would have charged them for it. They could fight it in court.
I needed a stone. I'm going to keep that for a souvenir.
Facts. That's the father. That's what the father had to say. Listen, this is very interesting to me. I thought this case was interesting simply because I know how our community can get when something like this happens. Anytime a white person does something to a black person, it's racist. It's racist. All day. I don't care what you show me, it's racist. That's how we think. That's our go-to. We don't think about anything else. Gotta be racist. He's white. The person's black. It's racist. How do you guys come to that conclusion without knowing anything? I'm really curious. It's always something that always bothered me. How do you do it? How do you do it? Automatic racist. Where's the evidence, you guys? You just can't say that, right? You just can't. It doesn't work like that. When this case was released, when this video was released, what they say, you guys, they said, hey, listen, a 16-year-old black man, black teenager, was harassed in a white neighborhood in the same city where Trayvon Martin died. You guys, this is how they sell it. This is how they're selling it to you. This is how they are selling it to you. Jermaine said, hey, listen, you guys, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. Trayvon Martin died in this city too. You guys, let's look at this. I think this is important. We got to talk about it. So I did some research. So I wanted to know, was it true? You guys, when people make statements, I look into it. I don't just take everything for face value. Someone said, hey, this is where Trayvon Martin died. I said, God, So every time you have a white and black encounter, and we're going to say this is the city where Trayvon, you get what I'm saying? That's the problem. Let's look at that, though. Let's look at that. Is this where Trayvon Martin died? Same city. You guys, it is. It actually is. Sadly enough, it's actually only 12 minutes away from where Trayvon Martin was shot and killed. Here's where the incident is right now. This incident that occurred at Lake Forest Commons, right? Or community, gated community. Here's where Trayvon Martin was shot. Thought that was very interesting that someone actually pointed that out. So obviously, you know, this is something that is still going on in this city. This is the city of, let me see, what's the name of this? I don't remember the name of the city. Sanford, Florida. So approximately 12-minute drive away from the community where Trayvon Martin was shot and killed tragically. and then also which was at the retreat of Twin Lakes. So someone mentioned that. I thought that was interesting for them to actually put that in there. But you guys, this is what they're adding towards the fuel. What happened with Trayvon Martin has nothing to do with this situation right here. Absolutely nothing. But people have used that to make their argument stronger. This is the problem. But we got to talk about something else, you guys. We got to talk about social media. We got to talk about social media because this is a problem within itself. Social media has become a funnel for emotional information. People are tapping into one another without knowing any of the facts, no information. People are walking journalists now. You guys, YouTube, social media, just in general, these platforms, people are using them and they are spreading information that's not accurate. It's absolutely not accurate, and it has an impact. Believe it. It absolutely has a very, very strong impact. What did he say? We're going to talk about Jermaine real quick. This is Jermaine's Instagram, where the video he posted went viral. I want you to see what he wrote in his actual description for the video. I think it's very important for us to look at, you guys, because this is where a lot of the issue stems from. This is what he says. I want you to get what he actually said about the incident because it was involving him and he was there. What did he say? Let me see if I can zoom in on this. Let me see if I can zoom in. A little too in. What did Jermaine say, you guys? Shout out to Jermaine. I'm glad he's safe. I think that's the most important thing. That whole situation could have turned out bad. What did Jermaine say, you guys? Listen, this is the power of social media. What did Jermaine post under the video when he released this? It got 60,000 likes. 60,000 likes. The same video I played to you earlier. He said, 2 days ago, I was racially profiled while driving through my friend's neighborhood. This is what he said. He was racially profiled. They don't like the way I was driving, or they didn't like the way I was driving. So they felt the need to hit my car with a cone and throw a rock through my window. All I wanted to do was de-escalate until police came. And he did that flawlessly. Because I wasn't about to get charges pressed on me for no reason. Listen, this kid's a genius. What did he do? He filmed the altercation. He was calm, he was cool, he was collected. And these two gentlemen got arrested, as they should have, right? What did he say? I was racially profiled while driving through my friend's neighborhood. This is what he's saying. He's 16 years old. Was he racially profiled, you guys? No, he wasn't. He was not racially profiled at all. In fact, he was actually in the neighborhood doing something he had no business doing while going to his friend's house. This is where a lot of problems happen. We want to call and label everything racist because a white person is holding a black person accountable for their foolishness. How is it racist? Miss Paris says they need to prove he was speeding. Jay Black, shout out to Jay Black, said, Nathan, come on, man, you weren't there. No, I wasn't. The police weren't there either. You guys, how do we investigate? We look at the evidence. We get statements. We look at videos. You don't have to be there to be charged with a crime. I don't need to be there. I see what you're not paying attention to. That's the difference. I'm not using my emotions, and I don't look through every situation through a lens of racism. I don't. I look at the facts. What did he say? I was racially profiled while driving through my friend's neighborhood. How, sir? They didn't like the way I was driving. How were you driving? How were you driving? What do you mean they didn't like the way you were driving? This is the problem. But it gets better, though. Social media is dangerous. People go on there and say what they want to say as if it's the truth. And if that's how he felt, that's the problem. His feelings don't matter. They're not the facts. But someone has been teaching him to see everything through race. That's the problem, Jay Black. That's the problem. That's the issue in our community. We are constantly being conditioned to see everything through race. A bunch of crayons. All you see is color in our community. It just can't be a black man was doing something he had no business doing. Period. It ends there. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Why make this about race when you're wrong? They're both wrong. They're both wrong. I knew somebody was going to do it. Shout out to, she said, well, was Ahmaud Arbery killers justifiable? No, they weren't. But he did commit a crime in that neighborhood. Ahmaud Arbery did. Two things can exist at the same time. Ahmaud Arbery did commit a crime in that neighborhood. That's a fact. And the McMichaels should have never put their hands on him. That's a fact. What they did was against the law. What Ahmaud Arbery did against the law. He should have never died for it. Period. Jay Black said, wow. Should have never died for it. Ahmaud Arbery did commit a crime. Listen, you guys, I look at the facts. He said he was racially profiled. But nah, I respectfully disagree. Well, you know, it's all love. It's all love, T. It's all love. But let's look at the facts. With Ahmaud Arbery, he trespassed. That's criminal trespass. He went on someone's property and he was not given permission. That's a fact. That's a fact, right? There's no arguing. You can't argue that. That's just the truth. That's a crime. Criminal trespass is a crime. You can't do it. He wasn't supposed to be there. Right? You guys, listen, we gotta, I'm here to give you the actual truth. We gotta take our feelings out of these conversations. You got to, this is the only way we're gonna course correct. We gotta be honest. We gotta be honest. The young man brought adverse attention to himself. True. But that doesn't justify vandalism to his car. True. They're wrong. That's why they went to jail. They're absolutely wrong. Right? Let's dive into this social media, you guys. Because I want someone to point out to me what was racist about all of this. I got to hear it. I got to hear it from somebody. This guy. Jesus Christ. We all know who he is. We all know who this guy is, Shaun King. Someone said, what crime did Ahmaud Arbery commit? You guys, criminal trespass. That's a crime. You cannot go on someone else's property without their permission. Yikes. Can't do it. Is anybody else unsure about what crime Ahmaud Arbery committed? To be clear, are we thinking that he did not commit a crime? You guys, is anybody in the chat unaware that Ahmaud Arbery broke the law? I'm just curious. Please, you guys, after today, we have to know the facts, accept the facts for what they are. It doesn't matter whether or not the crime was serious or not. That's not what we're talking about. See, We deal with facts. We're not talking about the level or degree of the crime. The fact is a crime that was violated. And guys, listen, we keep it real over here. Facts over feelings. Facts over feelings. Shout out to Mr. Davis. He says, you're wrong, brother. You cannot trespass unless there's a sign or owner asks you to leave. Ahmad did no crime. Open home under construction. That's not accurate. That's not accurate. Absolutely not accurate. It's not his property. You cannot trespass on people's property. I'm telling you this off of experience. Right? But I think what's interesting though is a lot of people were saying, well, everybody does it. Everybody walks on. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're not violating a crime or going into someone else's property. You don't own it. You don't own it. Gary Stewart says, man, I finally caught a live show. Facts over feelings. Keep it up. Great work. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. And thank you to Mr. Davis for the super chat. Mr. Davis, I mean, it's not accurate, right? It's not accurate. You can't just go on people's property. You just can't, you guys. It doesn't work like that. Don't let anybody tell you that. Andrea, depends on what city you're in, depends on what state you're in. Depends. And that's still up for debate. That's still up for debate. They weren't able to prove that he stole it because there are multiple people who came on that property. But that's besides the point, right? That's besides the point. Gary Stewart, shout out to you. Man, I finally caught a live stream. I just did that one. Let me save that one so I can go back. So Link said unsubscribe. Listen, you guys. The facts are the facts. I'm not here to placate to anybody. We're here to have a conversation about the truth. If that bothered you so much about what I said, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Listen, you guys, this is not the airport. You don't need to announce your departure. This is for people who want to have real conversation about the truth. The whole purpose of this channel is to talk about things that are accurate. Translate real issues that are going on in this country, in our community, and regarding law enforcement. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This gentleman right here, we're talking about Shaun King. What did Shaun King say about this incident? Big Black American Secret. You want to come up, bro? Absolutely. I'll bring you up. Let me finish this, man, and I'll drop the link. And you can come up. We can have a discussion. Shaun King says, I just want... Let me blow this up so y'all can see this. Shaun King says, in reference to the incident, he says, I just wanted you all to know that the two white men, Donald Corsi and Howard Hughes, that racially profiled a teenage black boy in Sanford, Florida, and threw a huge rock through his car window, have been arrested. Again, Shaun King has over 3 million followers. He just said this gentleman was also racially profiled, you guys. This is where this stuff is coming from. Tamika Mallory. Jesus Christ. That's another one. How can we help him fix his car? Help him fix his car. You don't need to help him do anything. He shouldn't have to come out of pocket for anything. He didn't damage it. He don't need to pay for nothing. They need to pay for damaging his car. Tamika, and you, listen, I'm not even going to go there. What else does it say? The homeowner policy must pay for the damage. No, they're criminals. They pay for the damage, you guys. That's their responsibility to pay for that. Listen, this is the problem. This is where this information is coming from. This is how this stuff gets spread. No one looks into it. No one asks questions. He was racially profiled. How, you guys? How? How? I want to know. I want to know. But while we're on it, racially profiled, that's what we're on right now. Was he racially profiled? Does anybody can tell me how he was racially profiled when he was in this community speeding and laying drags or dragging his car around according to the allegedly? You guys, what did the news say? What did the news say? I'm going to play something. I want to get with your thoughts because this is the information that came out before the media was able to put out any of the information. This is the social media network, right? People get out here, they hear what someone else said, they claim it's racist, so everybody says it's racist. No one asks questions, no one does any research, and then the truth comes out. And then the truth comes out. Everyone who said what they had to say made their money and they're gone about their business. Then the truth comes out. The problem is our community is left with this lie. We're left with the lie. He said we don't trust the news in Gotham City. Facts. What happened? What happened? Check this out. This is what the news had to say. And I'm curious to know what you guys think about this. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I am tripping.
Seminole County Sheriff's Office arresting 2 men after a pair of teens say they were threatened and assaulted while driving through a local neighborhood.
This happened on Tuesday along Maple Glen Place in Sanford. The sheriff's office says during the encounter, one of the men threw a large stone through the car window. News 6's Catherine Silver is looking into this case and has the details.
This story is now getting national attention after the teen posted video of the aftermath of this confrontation on social media. He told me today that he started recording because he feared for his life.
Right here, buddy. Right here. Tell me what you were doing. Burning out, racing through my neighborhood.
The video now going viral shows the confrontation between 2 teen boys and a group of neighbors in the Lake Forest subdivision.
Get out my face.
I'm not in your face.
The aftermath, seconds after 16-year-old Jermaine Jones says 2 men hit his car with a construction cone and threw a stone through a window. The video shows the stone resting in the back seat. This is where the cone hit and the rock. The damaged Mercedes now sits in Jones's driveway.
I'm thinking the rock hit like right here and then continued into the car. Because you can see right here, like there's scratch marks.
Deputies later arrested these men, Donald Corsi and Howard Hughes. They say Corsi threw the stone and Hughes hit one teen with a construction cone. Both are facing property damage charges, among others. Jones admits the confrontation happened after he was speeding through the gated neighborhood Tuesday on the way to visit a friend's house.
When we got in the neighborhood, we turned onto a street. And I guess the people that lived on that street, they didn't like the way I turned the corner.
The sheriff's office says this surveillance video from a neighbor's home is now part of the investigation. It appears to show Jones peeling out with a passenger hanging out of the window.
If this happened in my neighborhood, I'd be pissed, you guys. You don't see the things that I see. Children who have been hit by cars, speeding in neighborhoods, doing donuts, losing control, jumping curves, running into people's homes. I've seen people ejected from vehicles because they're not seated, no seatbelt, driving at a high rate of speed, spinning out in cul-de-sacs. Seeing people like this hanging outside the window, spinning around, recording it, falling out of the window, getting ran over by the same vehicle. People on bikes, children on the bikes, because people are irresponsible driving around and posting it, recording it on social media. You guys, you don't see those things. You don't see those things. You don't see them. Do those residents have a right to be mad? Absolutely. They had no justification for damaging his property and putting their hands on him. Period. But he's wrong, you guys. This is not racially profiling him. If anything, this is him living up to his stereotype. No racially profiling, you guys, at all. He's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. And they are absolutely wrong. They merely needed to show this video. You know what would have happened if I was the one who called to the scene? I would have wrote him a ticket for reckless driving, and I would have impounded his car. Case closed. I would have collected this video as evidence and put it in the locker for court. The judge would look at it and say, reckless driving. Here's your fine. And by the way, you're 16. Give me your license. You guys, problem solved. Problem solved. Now, if I would have showed up, this happened, and then these two clowns, these grown men would have did what they did, I would have showed up, watched the video, I would have wrote him a ticket for reckless driving, I would have impounded his car, and then I would have locked the two adults up too. Everybody goes to jail. And I would have took his license. Same thing, you guys. Nothing changes. You have two grown men who should have known better. Apparently, they've talked to him about doing this before. You guys, this is why communities put speed bumps in their community, because of stuff like this. You don't get to see it. You don't see the terror that happens when you have children, young, immature kids, speeding up and down communities. You don't see it. You absolutely don't. I see it, you guys. I've seen it. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good when you have to go to somebody's house and tell their family that their child is dead. How they wrapped a car around a tree, being stupid. Being stupid. Yes, he was warned before. This isn't okay. And he knows it. He knows it. That's the interesting thing about it.
The sheriff's office says this surveillance video from a neighbor's home is now part of the investigation. It appears to show Jones peeling out with a passenger hanging out of the window.
I can admit when I'm wrong. I was speeding a little bit, but either way, I don't think it was just a.
Look at this boy's hair. Look at his hair. We don't care about our image. Some of us don't care. My mom would never let me go on national damn television looking like this. Who is he? Come on, you guys. Come on. Come on.
Like the way I turned the corner.
The sheriff's office says this investigation. It appears to show Jones peeling out with a passenger hanging out of the window.
I can admit when I'm wrong.
The passenger is 15 years old, you guys. What would it read? The 15-year-old, 16-year-old loses control of the vehicle. The 15-year-old falls out, right, and gets crushed underneath the car. What is the conversation then? You know what I would have done? Let him not been a licensed driver. I'm citing the parents too. We got some parents in here. Would you let your son come on national television with his hair like this? I'm just out of curiosity. Would any parent put a 1 in the chat if you put a 1 if you would not let your son come on national television with his hair like that? Where's the father? There's no way. There's no way I'd let my son do that. Absolutely not. Is it just me? Is it just me? Is it just me, you guys? Please. Please, somebody tell me. What did he say, Gary? He said he was speeding a little bit. Shout out to Pound for Pound. He said Nathan was just laying in the cut on that's the reason I set it up that way on purpose. Because I know how we think. I know how we think. We're so quick. I respect this young man, though, because he took accountability, though, right? He said, listen, I was wrong. I was wrong. He's going to say it. He's going to say it. Yeah. There you have it. What did Sonia say? You're right. Nathan, the narrative that was spun was dangerous. Thank you. Thank you. You guys, he was not racially profiled. He put himself in a situation. He put himself in a situation, a situationship. He put himself in a racism ship, right? New word alert. Racism ship. When you put yourself in something stupid and then want to blame racism on it. Racism ship. Yep. Yep. We doing that here on out. This looked like some racism ship. Shout out to It's All Hot Air. I understand. I've seen a kid get hit by a car. You guys, it doesn't look good. And it pisses you off when you see this type of driving behavior from other kids. He doesn't know any better. That is a giant weapon that he's driving around in. And if he just so happened to lose control, people die. That's a reality. You don't get to blame this on racism. A white person had nothing to do with the decision that he made. And look at his mom. She's just chilling like, she's like, yep. You guys, we got to do better. My parents would never, they would never put me on national television with my hair like that. What does he say, though? This young man, he keeps it real, though. Keeps it real. Listen, I wouldn't come on here defending my child. I'd be like, he's wrong, but these gentlemen are wrong, and we're going to sue them as they should. After we take care of this criminal piece, yeah, there's going to be some civil issues. They're not going to really get much, right? They'll get the damages done from the car. You know, they'll more likely get maybe about 5-10 grand. That's it, right? This isn't a situation where they get this massive lawsuit.
I was speeding a little bit. But either way, I don't think it was justified for them to throw a rock through my car rather than just call.
Speeding a little bit. All right. But he's right. This is not justified at all. At all. At all. He's absolutely right. I'm glad that he took ownership of it, though. He took accountability.
The police.
Jones's mother believes more charges should be filed.
There are kids, I was told, that speed in that neighborhood all the time, but they are not of his color. So I'm pretty sure that all this happened because my son's black.
There you have it. There you have it. All because he was black. All because he was black.
According to the arrest report, there were two teens inside of that car, Jones and his friend, who is white. I reached out to the sheriff's office to ask if race is a factor in their investigation. A spokesperson tells me they believe Jones's speeding initiated this. They are consulting with the state attorney's office, who will decide if any.
Yep. What do you guys think? Shout out to Lisa. Thank you so much, love, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. She's also a member. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the members as well. I appreciate you guys supporting. Was this racist? Was this racist? Echoes probably because the mic is on. What do you guys think? What do you think? They did this because he was black. That's what the mom is saying. That's her final 2 cents. They did it because he was black. Shout out to who can't pronounce Rogers. I'll call you Rogers. Said, I agree. However, your Ahmaud Arbery comparison is off basis. I'm not trying to make a comparison. I don't want to come off as I'm making a comparison at all. This is not a comparison. I'm not trying to make a comparison whatsoever. But one could argue that you can compare it, right? You had residents, people who live in the community, who are complaining that this white car has been seen speeding and racing and doing these burnouts, what we call takeovers is what it's called. Basically, when they just get in the middle of the road, they start spinning out, they start recording it and doing things like that. That has caused a lot of deaths. It has caused a lot of accidents. A lot of people died from people doing this behavior, speeding and whatever. So I mean, they try to take matters in their own hands. With the Ahmaud Arbery situation, that was racially motivated, but they did try to take matters in their own hands. And they were, so I mean, I'm not trying to make a comparison, just the idea that the problem is when people try to take matters in their own hands, it's a problem. It's a problem. They could have easily just called the police, in which they did in the Ahmaud Arbery situation. They did call the police and still decided to take matters in their own hands, and ultimately led to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. And so, but what crime did that kid commit in this particular situation? Reckless driving. Yeah, reckless driving. It'd be enough for me to take his car, cite him, could even take him to jail over that. That's an arrestable offense here in Georgia. So again, Ms. Rogers, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Absolutely appreciate it. I'm going to drop the link for you guys if you're interested in coming up and having the conversation. I know someone earlier wanted to discuss something, but I will drop the link if you want to come up and have the talk. But let me see. Yeah, agree with this. The mom alleged other whites have done the same thing. Regardless, regardless, she should advise her son to be on. Yeah, that should have been it. You stop at accountability. Stop at accountability, because then when you start throwing race in it, it's embarrassing. To me personally, it just seems like everything has to be, what about white people? No, what about right now? We're talking about right now. Listen, what they did was wrong, period. But because they did, it doesn't mean, here's why I say it's not race, you guys. I've had white people in white communities call on vehicles speeding up and down communities. And guess what? I show up, I see them, and they're white. And they're white. And guess what? If I have proof, have evidence, they're getting a ticket. I tell people all the time, hey, just record what you see, call us, and we'll take it from there. People who live in the community speeding, doing whatever they need to do, blowing stop signs, guess what? They call and complain, you guys. And then the department says, hey, Nate, we need you to sit right outside this stop sign because we're constantly getting complaints. Children are over here all the time. People are blowing the stop sign. They're driving, they're speeding past school buses. You guys, this happens in everybody's community. White, Black, Asian, Hispanic. Black people, calm down. We're not special. We're not. We go through the same thing everybody else goes through. White people go to jail too for the same crimes. Right? Come on. We have to stop pretending like these things don't even happen in our communities. You guys, I'm telling you, based on what I've seen. Here I am in a Black community. You know what we call each other on? Loud music, speeding in the neighborhood, loud parties coming from the homes. Guess what? I show up. I see a car speeding down the road. Guess what? I pull them over. I write them a ticket. You know what we do that I can't stand, that I've seen us do a lot in our community? We'll put loudspeakers, megaphones outside of our cars, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, blasting music, just so everybody can hear it. In neighborhoods, apartment complexes. Guess what? People call 911 for that. Guess what happens when I show up? I write them a ticket. I say, listen, if you don't remove this device, because it's illegal to have speakers outside of your car blazing music that nobody wants to hear at 3 o'clock in the morning in a residential area. You guys, you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't speed in neighborhoods. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, it doesn't matter. So when people say, when you start bringing race into this, I have to disagree. Show me. Show me. What about this was racist? How was he racially profiled? Here we go. What did Gary Stewart say? Yes, the mother should hold her son accountable instead of screaming racism. Now that may be his past to do it again. There you go. There you go. Your son is wrong. Period. They are wrong. Period. That's it. I have seen, and I think that the downside of all this is that we don't see white people being checked by white people, by the media, right? The media doesn't really show it. If you don't go out your way to look for it, you're not going to see it, right? Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. And I think that's kind of the problem. Hold on, Cody. Back in the day. Shout out. He said, Nathan, I'm still stuck on you saying your mom would not let you have your hair like that. Like the boy did on TV. He said, what hair? Facts. Listen, back in the day, you guys, I was rocking with something. Back in the day, I was rocking with something. That's a fact. I'd show you if I had time. I had some pictures with me with the whole thing out. I used to have braids, you guys. I used to have twists and everything. One day we're gonna do a throwback. We're gonna do a throwback session. I'm gonna show you some old photos of me back before I got stressed and had this crazy job and lost his hair, right? So, you know, Accountability, man. We gotta just call it what it is. And this is not to take away the fact that there are racist people doing or committing atrocities against Black people. This is a fact, right? But every encounter a Black person has with a white person, or a white person trying to hold a Black person accountable, does not make them a racist, right? It might make them racially insensitive, right? Might make them racially insensitive. Doesn't mean they're a racist. Yeah, I would suspend his license. I would have cited him. Cite him, take his license, take the car, arrest those two clowns. Absolutely. There are some idiots. They risk, one, going to jail, these felony charges. They have felony. One of them is charged with a felony, as he should, right? Felony charges, you risk your job, you risk your livelihood, all because you can't control your emotions. Look like half the players. Facts. He sure does. You know, we like to emulate what we see on TV as a community. So a lot of our youth, a lot of our young Black men are trying to look like these NFL players, these NBA players. But guess what? That doesn't cut it, right? With a lot of jobs, you know, image is everything. Image is everything. That's the problem. We're too busy trying to look like everybody else. To the moderators, if you could drop the link, I'm gonna drop the link again in the chat. I know somebody was asking for it, wanted to come up. I'm gonna drop the link again. If you want to come up, please, please, please. Yo, when I was 17 in Jamaica, I flew through a hood, and once I got to my friend home, like 10 men showed up with machetes asking who's driving that. Facts. Man, listen, people in communities will hold you accountable, man. Like, you just can't, you cannot just, we just can't, we've gotten so comfortable, man, thinking that people are not going to check us. Listen, I've seen Black people check other Black people in communities, you guys. What do you, like, why are we pretending like we don't do this too? Why are we pretending that we do not do this as well? You guys, I get calls. Hey, we had these kids do XYZ, XYZ. We went ahead and did XYD, XYZ. I show up. Guess what? Community members taking matters in their own hands. I have to take them to jail, right? You guys, listen, everybody does it. Everybody does it. All right, we're not special, you guys. We're not special. I think we gotta, this entitlement of being Black means that we are above accountability, and that every time a white person says something or does something to us, they have to be racist. You guys, that's entitlement. One could argue a little bit of Black privilege. Could you imagine? If I say it, there's nothing wrong with it. If a white person say it, it's an issue, right? I mean, if that's the case, that's the case. If that's how we call it, then, you know, cool. Cool. I'm just saying. Recently, Andrea, I see you. I want to play this video real quick, Andrea, then I'm going to bring you up. I want to show this real quick, you guys. I think this is important. Man, most people in Jamaica drive too fast, man. Listen, and they driving on one lane roads with no traffic lights. In the country too. Let me show this video real quick, you guys. This is why I say this is dangerous. This is why it's dangerous. Recently, we had 2 women get killed just a few days ago behind this foolishness. I'm gonna show you what I have an issue with. This is the problem with that driving behavior. They do a lot of this here in Atlanta, and I wanted to show you guys exactly what happened. This happened about 3 days ago in California. We've had cases like this in Atlanta as well. People get together, they're having a good time. Vehicles lose control, and then they collide, and people die. People lose their life. We had 2 women who lost their life behind this same exact thing. I'm gonna tell you why it's dangerous, right? This is what happens when they do. Andrea, how you doing?
How you doing, Nathan? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for joining us this afternoon or this night.
Yeah, that does happen in Sacramento. I have seen that. I told my kids not to go to them because people get hurt.
Yep.
People fly out the car.
Yes.
Hurt themselves. And one night, my kids, they came home and showed me a video. The car was too close to my son, and I was like, "This is why I don't want y'all going them things like that. This is why I don't want y'all gathering, because this stuff happens, and if you're not responsible, a vehicle is a weapon."
Yes.
And if you understand your your car is a weapon, then you don't need to be behind the wheel. And
Right.
I told them that my daughter was 17 and 16, and I was like, y'all need to not be behind the wheel, because when I start learn how to drive, my ex-husband told me this car is a weapon. It will hurt somebody.
Yes.
And so I said, the car is a privilege, not a right.
Thank you.
And so I told him, I said, you need to be careful. And this is what I told my son. I don't care if your friends say they need a ride. They can't be in the car with you. Okay?
Right.
Because that's what I told my son. I said, 3 black boys in the car. When they get pulled over, what they see is y'all smoking weed, y'all doing something stupid. Don't have nobody in the car with you.
There you go.
Yes, because you're more likely to get pulled over with a lot of people in the car with you.
That's true.
And so I'm like, I know that stuff because I didn't do some shit like this. But I'm telling y'all, when y'all go out to your friends, people get hurt, people get killed. And I always told my son and my daughter, bullets don't have no name.
Nope.
So, even like I say, even being grown, when I go to a club, I'm looking for the exit. What an exit? Yes. What is something happened here? And I'm like, you guys have to be more careful. And I was like, don't. And I told their dad, I said, don't ever let them hear me. Y'all going to like a street race again, because people can hurt. You get hurt. You could hurt yourself. You could even be killed.
Yes.
And then nobody was like, well, I was at the street race while you was there.
Right.
I'm like, and to me, that lady and her son, personally, I would have cited the son, and I would have cited the mother.
Yep.
And matter fact is, I would suspend his license for a whole year.
Yep. Exactly.
That's how I would roll. You in the neighborhood, you out the car, and if the mama can't control him, if she can't be a parent, matter fact is, she would have got a citation. She would have had to pay a hefty fine. Because that's her son, and she's still responsible for him. He ain't 18 yet.
Exactly. He's still a juvenile.
So I'm like, you have to be responsible, and that's what need to kick accountability. Even on my street that I live on, they put speed bumps because people was driving through here like it wasn't crazy.
That and I think that's what people are not realizing, that they stop doing, they start putting these speed bumps because of this very problem right here.
Yes.
Some child has got hit. Mm-hmm. Someone who was jogging almost got hit. People complain constantly, and they downplay it. Now I think there's more to this story, but regardless, these 2 grown men, their story doesn't mean anything because of their behavior. So you lose your argument, right? Mm-hmm. If they would have just reported it properly, took video, took photos or whatever, hey, here's the license plate. This is the house where the car is staying at. Guess what? I would have went over there, and I've done it plenty of times. I went to the house, asked to speak to the driver. Hey, who was driving the car with this body hanging out? Cool. Yeah. I need to talk to your parents. I'm towing your car. I'm writing you a ticket, and I need to speak to your parents. Parents show up, they're getting a ticket too. And I'm taking your license. It's just that simple.
Yeah. I have witnessed my little brother being hit by a car. So I know what it is to watch a family member get hit by a car. So that shit ain't no joke. And thank God my brother wasn't hurt that bad, but I have watched it. So that shit ain't no joke with watching kids or somebody live dead in the street being hit by a car.
Man,
it's not. It's like you in slow motion, but it happening.
I've watched people get lifted in the air, taken out of their shoes. I've seen people wrap vehicles around trees, poles, and neighborhoods from speeding, losing control, taking, not taking the turn properly, going up in people's homes, driving through people's houses, just because of stuff like this. People can get killed. People have gotten killed. It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. And that's why I say it. That's why I tell my kids. My daughter, I have an SUV. Okay, to me, I love my SUV because it's safe for me. But I don't like a car. But my truck is a weapon, and I know it's big. So I keep 15 feet away from cars. I know I don't want my car to be damaged, so I be like, I'm a safe driver.
Right.
When I was young, I wasn't that safe, and I still had a big truck. So when I got a little older and I have kids, I'm a little more safer now. But I'm just saying is, when you have big cars and stuff, you have to be careful because you got to watch out for everybody else. Like I told my daughter, you might be a good driver, but the driver in front of you might not be a good driver.
That's true. That's a fact.
Driver in back of you might not be a good driver.
And
so you got to be careful. I mean, you got to be careful when people are crossing the street and stay out that bike lane. People, I be seeing people in the bike lane.
Yeah. Well, and one thing too I want to say is that, people don't anticipate, again, is that, people walking dogs, people playing on their yard and the ball rolls out into the yard, right? Rolls out into the street. These are all things. So you're speeding, not paying attention, and you lose control of the car. There's just so many things that can happen in the course of you driving. And a lot of teenagers, a lot of them, majority of the time, are not really paying attention. They're texting and driving on their phone. They're on social media, So I think it's just one of those things where it's, I don't have an issue with kids being kids. They're going to be kids.
Yes.
Black, white, Hispanic, whatever. Fine. That's not the issue. The issue is, let's not make everything about race. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Let's own it. These men are wrong. Again, I would have probably charged one of them with ag assault if anybody was sitting in that back seat where that rock landed. I'm looking at everything, but I just think it's dangerous when we put together a narrative that's not accurate and it plays on our emotions. Again, if you look into this case on your own, just kind of do a light Google search, you'll hear everybody talking about racially profile, this was racist. These are two racist men. And then people in the comment section under the video are saying, hey, let's show up in his house. Let's harass him. Let's go to his job. And we galvanize around behavior that's wrong, right? We're in the wrong.
Yes.
If we're in the wrong, they're in the wrong. Cool. This is not the time to be, listen, and when we need to get our people together collectively, millions of us together for the right things, it seems like it's the hardest thing to do. But when someone's acting stupid or doing something wrong, we're so quick to come and defend each other. It's so weird.
Yes.
So weird.
Yes. And but me, if I was there, I would have told that mama, baby, you better be glad he didn't find you and take your license for your son acting a fool.
Right.
Okay, you better be fine. Like my mom always told my mama, we got 7 kids. She always said, if y'all do something underage, that is me and your daddy responsibility.
Right.
So be glad that anybody come and take your license and put a heavy fine on you before your son's action, because you should have been a better parent and told him he know better. Right.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things, because if it was like, people keep saying, well, what if he was white? If he was white? Okay, cool. What if the residents were black? What if they were black? What if they were black?
Yes.
Right. Then that's when the conversation doesn't hold up. If the residents were black and they did this to a black teenage boy, what would be your art? What would you say? You can't say it's racist. Now you're going to look at them for the actions that they committed. They're going to say the exact same thing. You don't belong in my neighborhood. You don't live here. Get out of our neighborhood with that type of driving and behavior. When black people say it to another black person, it's not racist. So again, these two men are just idiots. Now, without any evidence to support whether or not they're racist or not, you just can't call people a racist because they're white.
Yes.
It's the stupidest thing I ever heard. You know,
every time you see a case, don't mean it got racism to do with it. It's just normal people saying, "Look, get out of my neighborhood. Y'all like this is not safe in my neighborhood."
There you go.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. And that's the problem. And the reason why I push back on that is because I've seen it on both sides. I've seen black people do it to black people. I've seen white people do it to white people, and I've seen it all mixed up. And at the end of the day, you know, we have to just be careful on how we go about labeling situations, because it does have an impact on our community and how we see each other moving forward. These guys could have, they could be the least, or they could just not be racist at all, and they could be 100% racist, right? But the whole idea is you have no evidence to support that, period.
Yeah. My mom and dad moved to a new neighborhood after I got married. It was a white neighborhood. They moved to a white neighborhood, and they used to tell all their kids, "Don't be coming down this neighborhood with your loud ass music." My dad used to say that. He'd be like, "When y'all come over my house, don't come in here with your loud music. Turn your music before you start dark in the street. Turn your music down. Turn your music down." And he would tell us that. Because he was like, the neighbors gonna be looking at you and me and mom, and this is a new neighborhood we just moved in. But if my mom and dad are cognizant of that, I know I ain't gonna play my music loud in the neighborhood. Okay, right. So they was cognizant of the older parent telling their kids that. That just said something about the people in the neighborhood. They didn't want that done.
And it's called respect.
Yes,
you know, it's called respect. But listen, love, I appreciate you. I'm gonna bring up some more people from the back.
Okay, you take care.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much for coming up.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right. All right, Dre, I see you. Norris, I see you. Give me 1 second. And Daniel, I see you just coming up. I'm gonna bring you guys up in order, okay? Just hang tight, hang tight. Oh, what up, Dre? I see. Hold on. You on mute. What's good, player? Dre, you on mute. I can't hear you. That's the you guys. Those are two of my old coworkers. I can't hear you. Sound.
I got nothing to say about what happened with old boy. Absolutely not. But you see your boy.
Yes, sir.
You know, 82nd run strong.
Man, all day. Shout out to the homie. Yeah, I told him I said what's good. I got to bring him on the
channel. You tell him yourself.
What's good, player?
What's good? Nah, he can see you. Oh, I couldn't hear him. I can't hear him. I'm trying to hear him. You know I can't hear him from the damn motor. What up, bro?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. It's good to see you, man.
It looks like a stomach ache.
Hey, man, this you guys.
Hey, look, I can't hear shit in here, so I'm gonna get with you. All right?
You good?
All
right.
Yo,
what's good,
Dre? I'm gonna say it like this. You know, we responded to a whole lot of calls, reference to white, black kids. You know, they put the calipers on their car. They sport the car, want to drive through speed. So I really got nothing to say about whether it's racist or not. Points already been made. We just can't throw racism on everything. Every encounter we have with white folks, it can't be racist. At some point, we got to take responsibility for the dumb shit we do, which he did. But now, there was some prejudice in there when they start having that conversation about who will have a gun and who will not, especially when you get your kids. But again, he's expressing his culture, he's expressing his individuality. You can't be demonized for that. Hold my breath. But if you don't want to fall into the stereotype, you're gonna have to alter your appearance. Bottom line. But I pretty much came in here to say what's up, what's going on. Hey, pull up to Highland if y'all in Atlanta. I'll give you a cigar. We gonna make it happen.
Fact.
Hey man, keep up the good work. Cheers.
Appreciate
Love all y'all.
Appreciate it, bro.
All
right. Listen, you guys, those are two of my academy classmates on there. You guys know Dre dropping Jim Jenkins. He's always down for the conversation. And then that's another one of the big homies right there. I won't throw his name out there because these guys are still on the job. So shout out to them for coming through. And shout out to Lane, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. What did she say? She said, I hate being proven wrong, sir. I love your unbiased views. I don't think the act was racially motivated. The comments after the fact, absolutely racist. No. I wouldn't say they're racist. I wouldn't say they're racist, right? What did she say? You don't belong in the neighborhood. He doesn't, right? Did she mean it? I think we have to ask, what was it in context, right? One could argue, and the reason why I say that is because I've seen every situation where, again, black people say it to black people. Does that mean it's racist? Right? My thing is, what's the argument? How do you explain that? And I'm asking in general, if this was a situation where the residents were black, he came in and did this in their community, and they say, get out of our neighborhood, you don't belong here. Right? I've heard that language be used against each other. So why is it then, if a white person says it, why does that make it racist? Right? That's an honest question. That's an honest question. In order to examine whether or not a person is a racist, right, you need to be able to examine the heart. Is there enough evidence from that statement to suggest that she's a racist? I would have to argue against it. Is the statement in itself racist? It only appears to be racist because she's white and he's black. They say, get out of our neighborhood. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that. My thing is, I would need a little bit more information to ascertain whether or not that makes them racist. She made a statement that was very stereotypical, right? She looked at him, she judged him based on his image, and said that you're the one that would be most likely to have a gun. So that was very inappropriate for her to say, and that's a stereotype, right? She looked at him and she judged him, right? So, but that is a great question. That's a very, very good question, to be honest. But thank you so much, and thank you for your transparency. I really, really appreciate that. It absolutely means a lot, because again, at the end of the day, you guys, we want to just have an honest conversation without the feelings attached to it, and let's call things for what it is, right? So if the driver was white and the residents were white, and they said, they know he didn't live there, right? And they said the same thing, well, we call that racist as well. I like to apply it on both ends and see how it sticks. And a lot of times it never does. It becomes very hypocritical, Norris, let me bring you up again, though. Thank you so much for the super chat. I love that. I love that. I love that. Daughter of Yah, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Listen, you guys, I know this is a very tough one. This is a tough conversation. And I think it's definitely worth us having it. Definitely worth us having it. No comment, just showing support, respect. Shout out to you, Dub Will. I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Love that photo, by the way. I love that avatar every time I see it. Man, listen. What David say? Our folks be killing each other for being in the wrong hood. Listen, I wasn't even trying to go there. Norris, what's good, Norris?
Hey, Nate. You like my shirt?
I love it.
Yeah, I care for my grandmother and my uncle. So
okay.
Yep, I'm their full-time caregiver. She'll be 92 next month, and he's 69.
Oh man, they living. Listen, it's one of those things, a blessing to live long, but then you be looking like, God, dog. It's definitely a blessing. I wish I still had my grandparents around. They were a wealth of knowledge. So shout out to you, Norris. Thank you for joining us tonight. What are your thoughts on this situation here with the kid in the car and these two crazy white men?
Or should I say, Beavis and Butthead? They had no business approaching that young man, doing anything to him. But like you said earlier, what they should have done was, called the police. But before they did that, they should have took picture and photos of the car and the license plate and just called the police. And whenever the police came, if they would have met up with the police, they could have, told the police where the car was, or either the police could have found it on their own. Let the police handle it.
That's it.
And, these two dumb pops are in jail where they belong. They sit there and try to take matters into their own hands. And guess what? It backfired in their face.
Yes.
So they got what they deserved.
Yes. You would think they would have, people would have learned after the Ahmaud Arbery situation, because this could have turned out really, really bad. This kid could have feared for his life, rightfully so. And if he was armed, or he could have assaulted them, and he would have been 100% justified, right? They're in Florida. They got stand your ground, So I just look at it like, how stupid are these grown men to try to take it to this level with kids? It never goes well when you're dealing with kids as an adult. It could have got real nasty. Go ahead.
I'll be back.
Go ahead. I'll drop you down for a sec. Daniel, I'm gonna bring you up real quick. I think Norris had to step away for a second. Let me see. Daniel, how you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm good, Nate, man. Thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate that.
Man, thank you for joining us tonight, man. You're a new face, brother, on the live.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But you asked the question, was this racist?
Yes, sir.
And you seem to be very sincere in wanting to know that. And it is definitely racist.
Okay.
You ain't gonna understand this, and I'm hoping you do some research and you find out. But it's because the power dynamic is off.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, white people are in that thing saying that it's real, it's mental, but they're in a superior position.
Okay.
Called the system of racism, white supremacy. Now, you were in the profession, you was a police officer. So you have the mindset of a white supremacist.
Okay.
You're indoctrinated into that system, whether you know that or not. So it's hard for you to see the system, but I follow you because you're on a mission to help fix the criminal justice system, the police force, to be specific. And that attracts me because I too am on a mission to teach my people about the system of racism, white supremacy. And everybody should look up Dr. Frances Cress Welsing to get an understanding of the system of racism, white supremacy. And again, it is racist because the power dynamic is off. These people live in a gated community because they want to be away from black people. You see what I'm saying? So if anybody come into that neighborhood who they don't want to be there, they're going to respond like racist people. They're going to mob up and do what they do. Black people have been killed for less in the past. You feel? And if the police force is of the same mindset, they're going to get away with the crime like they've done for hundreds of years. So Nathan, I would challenge you to get educated on the system of racism, white supremacy. Please go watch Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's video. She does a good job on teaching our people. At my job, I have a YouTube channel called The Big Black American Secret. And this is just a shameless plug. But again, my mission is to educate my people on the system of racism, white supremacy. And you have a huge responsibility, Nathan. You touch a lot of minds. And you are actually, you're covered right now for the system of racism, white supremacy. I know you don't understand that, but you are. You give them a comfort that they so need. They need a black face to explain away their racist behavior. I could be wrong. I would love to hear your view on that. So go ahead.
Yeah. Man, I would say, yeah, you're wrong. I'll definitely say you're wrong, but I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're meaning to say, but I would definitely say you're wrong.
Yeah, tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, let's start with the gated community. Let's start with that, right? You made a statement and you said that white people live in a gated community because they don't want black people in there.
Prove me wrong.
You truly believe that?
Yeah, and they do too. That's why they respond the way they did.
Well, I mean, in situations like this, brother, listen, I can't prove you wrong because perception's reality. I can't go into your reality and change it, right? Okay. And so, it's not so much about proving you wrong. I'm not here to prove anybody right or wrong, right? I'm here to really bring a lot of transparency to things that people are unaware of. I've been an officer for over 13 years, and so I have an experience that a lot of people won't have the luxury of having, right? And so, again, the whole concept of white supremacy, it's an ideology, right? So again, not excusing it, because the idea is you can be whoever you think you are. If you think you're a white supremacist, it's a mentality. You said it earlier, it's an illness, right? It's a mentality, it's a mindset. So that doesn't mean I have to believe it because you think you're superior because you lack melanin in your skin. That's a personal thing that you have going on. rightfully so, it's a strong insecurity. If you think that what sets us apart is skin color, listen, you can believe what you want to believe, right? Now, you made a statement and you said, I have a mindset that I'm unaware of, that I am, would you say, a part of white supremacy?
No, you're a white supremacist.
I'm a white supremacist. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
No, that's crazy, right? That's crazy.
It
right?
is, just a little bit. Just a little bit, brother. Just a little bit. Break it down for me. What does that mean? Educate me and educate the people watching.
Yeah, most people don't realize that black people can be white supremacists. Well, they can't be racist because they don't have the power dynamic. But a white supremacist, no matter what your race is, you simply believe that white people's ice is cola. And I'm basically quoting Dr. Claude Anderson on that.
Do you believe that I believe that white people's ice is colder?
You have no choice to believe that, because you've been indoctrinated to believe it. We all have been indoctrinated.
Okay.
But if you don't go through the steps to uneducate yourself on it, then you just operating from just the system. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. You mentioned the young man's hair, that he looked at unkept, and your parents would never let you go out looking like that. But go ahead.
Your mic, if you could, your mic is kind of it's a little choppy. If you can
a mic.
Yeah, it sounds a little staticky kind of.
How about now? A little better, no?
Nah, it's still the same. What do you have a mic piece that you connect? Or you have like
yeah.
Go ahead and grab it for me real quick. I'm gonna bring up when you fix the mic, I'm gonna just drop you down. I'm gonna bring up Norris, and then I'll bring you back after I get done talking with it.
All right.
Go ahead, brother. He asked for it. We're gonna have the conversation. Norris.
Hey, I'm sorry about that.
No, you good, brother. You good.
Yeah, but I hope they enjoy their little time in jail, and maybe they'll think next time before they react.
They absolutely have to.
And I would sue them. I would if I was the mama.
Absolutely.
But she need to discipline her son too. I feel like his license should be taken away and suspended. You know, at least like the lady said earlier, for at least a year. That should teach him a lesson. And it's like he could have hurt somebody. You can't go through a neighborhood like that. Seriously, especially a neighborhood you don't know nothing about.
Exactly. And they were so nice to have let him in their beautiful neighborhood, and he went in there and acted a fool.
I know. And then that mama, she's sitting up there and during that interview acting like she lost in the sauce. She didn't know what to do. Her son looking like a weirdo with all that hair on his head. I'm like, lady, you should have took that son to the barbershop or something and chopped that head off.
I mean, just pull it back. So people, just be presentable.
Yeah, tie it up or do something, because you act like you didn't know what was going on.
Completely lost. I think the last piece of that statement she said, if it was a white kid, and I feel like that just kind of it helped. It damaged their argument. They're already in the wind. The son made a mistake. He owned up to it, and the guys are arrested. You're speaking your piece. Leave it at that. Let the evidence do what it's supposed to do. Some people are saying, well, this is a hate crime. Well, I mean, we got to investigate it. It needs to be investigated. But what people don't understand is that you can't just say hate crime. There are elements to that need to actually be present. Just because a white person did it to you, or an Asian person or a Hispanic person, does not constitute a hate crime simply because someone committed a crime against you and they were of a different ethnicity. But I like how you call them Beavis and Butthead. I think that's very appropriate. Very appropriate.
I could have said saltine crackers, but yeah.
They were a little salty. They were.
Yeah, but I like to see people like that get what they deserve. Yes. What you asked for. You can't
absolutely. Absolutely.
Let police handle things.
Yep. That could have what pissed me off with them too, though, is when the father showed up and they're kind of like waving. You know, that was disrespectful. It's like, listen, this is not a joke. You know, my son could have been hurt by you guys. This thing could have turned out to be a lot worse. And I don't like that the goofing off thing. Like, this is time to be serious. So I'm glad they got arrested. If I was the dad, I would have watched I would have recorded them getting put in handcuffs. I would have been posting that too. I'd been real petty. So, but you know, everything worked out. I'm curious to see how everything else continues to unfold. But Norris, I appreciate you coming up, man, and giving us your input on this matter here, brother.
Thank you. And I want to let you know that I mailed your gift off on Tuesday.
Snap. Okay.
It should have arrived to your address today. So
I think I got an email telling me to check it. So no, I appreciate that. You know, I'm definitely gonna probably wear it on my next stream, man, and support the stuff. I appreciate you sending me that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I messaged you on Instagram, told you. And then I sent you this too with it. Oh wait.
What's that?
Auto registration and insurance holder.
Hey, I appreciate that, Norris. I appreciate you.
It's like you put your proof of insurance on one side and your registration on the other side.
Oh, you got the whole setup. All right. Listen, I'm gonna send you a photo when I get the stuff, man. I'm gonna sport the shirt though, and I appreciate you sending me that.
Yeah, you say you wore a medium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I sent a medium.
All right, sounds good.
I follow you on Instagram too.
No, I got the message. And I'll let you know. I'm gonna pick it up probably. I'm gonna pick it up this weekend actually, and I'm gonna go ahead and sport it, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you deserve it, and I follow you on Instagram. So
thank you. Yes, if you guys are not following me yet, please follow me on Instagram because they try to shadow ban your brother. So I'm gonna start making sure I send out the announcements on there as well. So absolutely. And Norris, please, if you would, shout out your channel real quick. You guys want to check out Norris's channel as well. How can they find you, Norris, on YouTube?
Oh, my name is Norris Tony. And when I type, it's in the chat. You know, it's NORRISTONY.
All right, that's what's up. The moderators could drop Tony's channel in the chat for him. Please go out there and support this brother. He got some great content. So Tony, thank you again, man. Anytime I'm up, man, feel free to come up and have the conversation. I appreciate you, brother.
I will. Thank you. You have a good night and a good
weekend.
Bye.
You too. Shout out to Tony, man. It's a good brother right there. All right, Daniel, let me bring you back up. How we sounding? Let's check. Mic check.
Mic check. 212. I don't know. I'm still there now.
It's a lot better. It's a lot better. We can rock with that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
So we left off at basically saying that we are all a part of white supremacy. You're referring to all Black people, right?
Well, all people, period.
People, period.
You see, everybody, because of the system of racism, white supremacy, we all have been indoctrinated to believe the superiority of white people. I mean, they
do you believe
back
that?
it up. Well, I know for a fact they're very unsuperior. You know what I'm saying? Based on
wait, hold on 1 second. You believe that?
Believe what?
You believe that they're not superior, right?
Oh, I know they're not superior.
So wait 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that I don't believe that?
Because of your viewpoints and some things that you say. Now, I'm gonna clarify that.
Okay.
And again, I don't expect you to understand this. Trust me. This is some up level type of understanding.
All right,
here we go. When you mentioned about the young man's hair, I was of the same mindset as you a few years ago. I'd be thinking, man, that dude looked like a damn shaggy dog. I mean, what the hell? Why his parents let him come out looking like that? But I've learned that no, that is his indigenous hair growing out of his natural head. And for years, they have forced us to follow the European standard of beauty. The only reason they do that is they tell us it's unprofessional, it's uncouth. That ain't why they don't want us to see ourselves like that. They don't want us to fall in love with our natural selves, because if we fall in love with our natural selves, we'll start to rebuild each other, you know. But if you hate what you see, you're going to destroy what you see. You see what I'm saying? It's simple.
Facts.
And it's the thing. See, you have a very important mission, man. I really wish you could really help the police departments. But if you are uneducated on the system of racism, white supremacy, you're going to do more harm than good. And here's what I'm gonna say. This one other thing:
Mm-hmm.
the National Police Force is the national enforcement arm of the system of racism, white supremacy. That's the muscle. That's why cops can get away with murder, and the system allows it. It's very legal that they walk on very strange lines to make shit look good. You a police officer, I mean, you ex-cop, you know this, but it could be brushed under the rug like, oh, well, it was legal. Does that make it right? See that type of shit right there? That's flying in the gray area, man. That's gonna harm black people. I know you don't understand this. Trust me, I know, brother. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak.
Why do you think I won't understand it? Why do you keep saying that?
I hope you will one day understand it, but I don't expect you to understand it today.
I understand more than you think I understand. And let me tell you, let me say this. I think this is a great conversation. Here's the issue. The issue is I don't believe in white supremacy. So if you've been following my channel, you may not have heard me say it before, but white people are regular people. Their skin color doesn't make them great. No white man is superior over me. I don't believe it. You can't make me believe it. I don't subscribe to that. So what's interesting is that, as you put earlier, is that you yourself know that to be true, right? You assume that I don't know that. I know that. I say it on this channel all the time. White people are not superior over anybody. That's a mindset. You can think what you want to think. It doesn't matter to me. You could be and believe who you want to be. I don't care if you have some white people who think they're golden unicorns. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. We live in a country where you can choose to be who you want to be. That's the country we live in now. Now, here's the thing. I don't have any issues with white people. I love all people, right? I love all people. I think we have to be careful when we start throwing these labels around as if white people or people with white skin are the problem. That's not true. Wicked people and evil people, corrupt people, are problems to everybody, right? It's not just exclusive to black people. Now, when you make a statement and you say that white people live in a gated community to keep black people out, that's extremely ignorant and it's grossly inaccurate. Why is that? Because black people live in that community. So are they themselves participating in a gated, racist, supremacist community?
Yeah.
And are gated communities meant? What about black? There are plenty of black communities that are gated as well. Are they gated to keep white people out, or are they gated to keep black people out of a community that's for black people? You get what I'm saying? It sounds ignorant.
Again, I do understand your ignorance on the subject. Trust me, I do. But that white community that's gated, let's just make up a imaginary white community. It's gated. They're gonna allow a small percentage of black people in that community. But once it get past a certain percentage, them folks going to white flight. They're gonna leave that black neighborhood. It has happened for thousands.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, there are black people who live in that community.
White supremacists that are black. They're black white supremacists.
So what you're telling me is that gated communities are for the purpose of keeping black people out, even if black people live in the same communities. So what do you call it? Are gated communities racist?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The black people that are allowed to live there are of the same mindset of those white people who live there. They're white supremacists too. It's just a small percentage of them.
I myself live in a gated community, and
I told you, you're a white supremacist, man. You're proving my
point. Should I not? So I hear you, brother. I hear you. So should I move out of a gated community since I'm no longer supporting white supremacy?
Well, see, you don't know. You think you're not supporting the system. You see what I'm saying? And you said for yourself, you don't believe that white people are superior. And they're not, because racism, white supremacy is a lie that has systems in place to keep the system going. I mean, it's a crazy thing, you know.
It's a social construct. It's not real. Right.
It's not real, but it is it's not real, but it is very, very real. It affects you and I every day, whether we know it or not. You know what I'm saying?
What affects us is black people not working together economically to make things work. That's what's impacting us.
Well, see, that again too is the illusion. If you say, well, you niggers just need to work harder. You need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. No, I'm just saying.
I never said that.
I'm just saying. But that's the consensus.
No,
Black people just need to work harder.
No, I'm saying
nobody works harder than black people in America.
I'm saying
nobody.
I'm saying speak on what I'm talking about, not what you're hearing other people say. This conversation between me and you. I'm saying that this notion of white supremacy, the notion of white power, right? All these things, systemic racism, fine. Perception's reality. I can give anybody that who wants to have the argument. My philosophy is white supremacy, systemic racism, they all fall at the feet of a united group of black people. When we come together economically, all those things become irrelevant. What say you?
What I say is black people, it's going to be hard for us to come together because you have some black people who are like me who understand the system of racism, white supremacy, and is trying to educate others on it so that we can get together. And then you have the other group who don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, who actually believe it doesn't affect them and it might not even exist. It's just some made up thing, that doesn't ain't there. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be hard for black folks to get together because we're not on the same page. Again,
what do? You
have the house nigga and you have the field.
What?
Nigga.
That's not that. Listen, we know all that. I'm saying, what do you do about it? You're talking to somebody.
Well,
assume you're talking to somebody who knows all that because I know all that. So I'm asking you, what do you do?
You don't.
Whether I do or I don't, give me a solution. How about let's talk about the solution.
The solution is for you to spend an hour and 23 minutes after your broadcast and watch Dr. Francis Cress Welson's video. That's all I need you to do, brother.
But this is the problem I have with you, brother. You came up here and you've made a lot of grossly assumptions about me. You assumed everything you said were all assumptions. I know exactly who that is. I'm very familiar with him. Very educated with the system. I've worked in it. I would have to argue that you yourself are lacking an understanding of how to actually fix the problem. You can tell me one thing. I'm asking you for a solution. You're telling me what the problems are. Give me a solution because I know who he is. I'm very familiar with him, and I'm more educated than you would think.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
All right.
Dr. Francis Cress Welson is a female. It's not a guy. So I know you don't know who she is. So please stop.
No, I said I'm very familiar with the video. I said I'm very familiar.
Well, listen,
what is
this your platform, and I ain't gonna disrespect you.
You're not disrespecting.
My solution is that all black people have to become educated on the system of racism, white supremacy. It's
That's not possible.
Well, it has to be possible because if I learned about it, then you can learn about it. But you have to.
What is your solution to the problem? I'm asking you what the solution is. You're not going to be able to educate everybody.
Is that everybody strive? How about that? We all can strive to understand the system of racism, white supremacy, and everybody, if they just watch that hour and 23 minutes by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, y'all could pause this video later and write it down, rewind it. Very important because again, Nathan, you are an ex-police officer. In order to be a police officer, you actually have to be already of one mindset. You check the boxes on a whole bunch of different things before you actually became a police officer. Some people who are truly militant and 100% black first probably wouldn't be a police officer. They wouldn't even check the boxes. I mean, because you're going to go in there, you're going to be down for your people, and that's not what the system needs or wants. The system wants black people who act like white people. That's the only way that's going to keep the rest of the black people down, man. I mean, it's crazy, but it's true. I know.
So are you saying that all black people who are police officers are a part of white supremacy? They're part of the problem?
I hate to say this because I got cops in my family. Yes, they are.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, we're just.
I hate to say it. I got cops in my family. They
There's
are.
nothing wrong with that.
And here's why I say that.
Okay.
If the good cops got together and say, hey, we're going to drive these bad cops out because they fucking up, they're giving us a bad name. Why haven't they done it?
What do you mean? Why haven't they done it?
Why have they not done it?
It doesn't. But I think that's the problem. I think that's the purpose of my channel, to explain to you it doesn't work like that. You are assuming something you don't have any knowledge of, and so you would have been better off asking me how to do it versus assuming that it can't be done or people haven't tried to do it. Right? I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
You're bringing a lot of assumptions to the conversation. Why not you have someone who's in the profession who knows how to actually get it done? You could simply just ask me, hey brother, what do you think is the best way to remove bad police officers? You have black officers that report other bad officers that are black, white, Hispanic, and Asian. So what you're saying is not true.
Well, you assume that this is an individual problem. These are bad people sprinkled here, there. No, the whole system is racist, man.
So then again, it goes back to how do you fix it then? If the whole system is racist,
you fix it by if people like yourself get educated on the system, and then you move into a powerful position in the police department, above the commissioner, maybe even the mayor. You know what I'm saying? Because you may be targeted for racism on your job. You put in a complaint about it. That complaint ain't going but so far. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, there ain't no racism here, buddy.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an electronic engineer.
All right, you're an electronic engineer.
Yeah.
What was the first job that you've had growing up as a young man? What was the first job?
I was a technician in Chicago.
All right. Do you work for yourself or do you work for the city or a company?
Self-employed.
You're self-employed. Have you ever worked for anybody outside of yourself?
Oh yeah, I worked in corporate America for 25 years.
All right, so you put in some work out here.
Yeah.
You have children.
Yep.
All right, your children.
I've got grandchildren.
Well, brother, you don't look your age, brother. You don't look your age.
I'm half 100, man.
Shout out to you.
Yeah,
looking good, man. You looking good.
Appreciate it.
The problem is, from what I see, is that yes, there's an education issue. I keep asking you, how are you going to pull it off? How do you pull it off? Well,
and I keep telling you, Black people have to stop saying racism don't exist. It's not that bad. It's only small few individuals that's racist. No. See, white people benefits from this system.
Again, how do you fix I'm asking you, you're telling me something. I'm telling you, how do you get it done? How do you get it done?
You spend an hour and 23 minutes and you watch that video by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. That's how you start to get it done. Because again, you are your goal is very powerful. I don't know if you know that or not. The police departments do need to be reformed, but they cannot be reformed by someone who don't really see the problem. I mean, that's as simple as that. Hey, I've got to get off this live, man. It's been good talking to you. I'm gonna keep following you because I need to continue to understand the minds of my brothers and sisters who simply don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy. But you be safe out there, man.
Appreciate it, brother. We got to address that. Double Will, give me a second. This is the problem, right? I keep telling people how powerful this is. The mind. The power of the mind, you guys. you become a victim of the same thing you're trying to free yourself from. Ignorance. Ignorance. You know what's scary to me is that perception's reality. You can just believe something so strong. What did he say? He came in here just listen, shout out to him. I'm not mad at it. I think the problem is, man, our community needs some work, man. We're all over the place. Can't stay focused on one objective. What is the solution? Everything is white supremacy, you guys. You don't know any better. You're trapped in this damn matrix. The matrix of ignorance, you guys. You can't make this up. I never said people aren't racist. You guys, what was that? Can someone explain to me what that was? We get into a holding pattern of stupidity in our community. We just stay in it. We marinate in it. Dre says you get comfortable in your ignorance. Some of us are lost. Some of us are lost. Dr. Francis, I could have sworn was a man. Listen, I read plenty of books about Black activists, Black older Black leaders. You guys, I read a lot. Could have sworn, and again, I've never seen I can't recall the face. Could have sworn Dr. Francis was a man. He said it's a lady. Okay. Okay. We do this to ourselves. We do it to ourselves, you guys, a holding pattern. Jesus Christ. He doesn't know anything about what we talk about over here. Dr. Westling. Yes. Shout out to Gail. Gail's going to have to put me on. Dr. Westling. I could have sworn Dr. Westling was a man. You guys, I read so much about this stuff. Names and words come together. Dub Will. You muted, brother. You muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for your.
Right. That was rough, Nathan. Yeah, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She's a woman. She's her most famous book is probably the ISIS Papers.
ISIS Papers.
Right. I read that like in middle school. I'm 34 now, so like that concept is nothing new, and I understand it. But that threw me all off on what I wanted to come here and talk about. First of all, I owe you an apology.
Oh, I know who. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know who this lady is. Yeah. Chick with the afro. She's super sharp. She was on was she on the Donahue show, I think, a long time ago?
She's passed away now, but she's been well known for years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he just learned about her or the concept of racism, white supremacy, but that's nothing new. Let me back up for a second because I owe you a personal apology.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Back when all that drama happened, when you popped up on Lapeef with old girl,
yeah,
I was watching that live, and I broke my own rule in that I made a judgment about you before actually getting to do my own objective analysis of you. I went on her show the next day and called in to talk crap about you.
Mm.
So I owe you an apology because once I actually logged in and subscribed to your channel and listened to what you were saying, I still don't trust the police. I stand by that. But you're being fair and you're trying to actually solve the problem. So man to man, since I said what I said about you publicly on her channel, I'm gonna apologize to you publicly on yours. Okay.
Well, first, let me say, one, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. That actually means a lot, because my intentions are not to cause problems or cause confusion or to create division, at all whatsoever. And and I appreciate you, and I accept that apology. And welcome to the channel, brother. Thank you so much for that, sir.
If you want to be on YouTube, say something. You want to be on YouTube? Okay. Anyway, let me talk about the clip you were talking about earlier. The topic of the two things can be true at the same time, right?
Yes.
It can be true that those people were racist, but if the young men that were in that car, if they were actually burning out and racing on that road, they're wrong too.
Yes.
So it's like, so if this is me, the only time, and I'm gonna snitch on myself, the only time I've ever called the police on somebody in my life is it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I had just started a new job. I had to get up in the morning, and the young couple downstairs from us were like having a knockdown drag out. And my first instinct was to get up and go down there and bang on the door. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna call a noise complaint. That's the only time I ever did it. And that's what they should have done.
Yes.
Why are you going out there and playing, commando or whatever you're trying to do? Just call the police. And if you out there in the suburbs in this gated community, isn't that what gated community people do? They call the police. What are you doing?
Yep.
It's not that they're out there like, shooting or, getting in a fight. They're making noise, calling a noise complaint. I don't understand. Like,
I think their level of frustration probably comes from them dealing with him before. Allegedly, it seems like they've had contact with him before. Regardless, nothing justifies what they did. Absolutely nothing. Everything they did was 100% criminal in nature. And so, but I think that there's more to it. There was the level of frustration gave the impression that this is something that has happened multiple times before. He made a statement in the video and said that I've already told you, right? So it's almost as if they knew him. They had a conversation with him before. That's why when the young man called 911, he made the statement and said, hey, I was wrong I was speeding, or he said something to the effect that I was driving wrong, right? He was like, I was wrong, but they're doing this and doing that. So the young man was well aware, I think, and he has a friend that lives in that community. I think that they were just tired of what he was doing, regardless of how they felt. They took it way too far, because I think according to his 911 call, he said that the one of the gentlemen jumped out in front of the car and then threw a cone at the car. That man could have got ran over something so petty.
Over something like that. And like, my thing is, if they had gone that far, I don't know, I can't remember how old that dude was. Was he underage?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he was 16, and some people I think somebody in the chat was telling me the laws in Florida, he could have possibly have a valid license at that age. I know in Georgia, you got to have your learners for a year. So he might be tethering between 16 and 17. You know what I mean?
I live in Georgia too. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking about from the standpoint of if he was old enough, he might have had some on him.
Yeah, facts.
Because I have my carry permit, I keep mine in the car, and I assume anytime I go out in public in my state that somebody has something either on them or in their vicinity. So that kind of tailors how I interact with people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they're in Florida. You know how Florida gets down? Like, so you assuming that you can just come at people like this, that's a really good way to end up in the morgue.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He don't, and that's why I'm thinking that they had some type of knowledge of each other, because they were way too comfortable addressing him like that in his face and things like that. These road rage incidents now, folks are getting shot and killed over complaining that you cut them off or you slammed on brakes. It's just not, and to me,
nowadays,
yeah, you're getting shot over stupid stuff. So to me, it was very bold. I have a feeling they knew exactly who he was. They were familiar with him. I could tell just by the way that the conversation was. But regardless, you know, just like he said earlier, it still was out of line and was unacceptable.
Well, was it? And did his race probably play a factor in how they reacted? Sure. If that was a young white kid, I doubt very seriously they would reacted that way. And also too, they're grown. Like those
Super
people
grown.
in like their late 40s, 50s age. They're middle-aged people. You would think y'all would have a little more maturity to handle that situation against a 16-year-old. But that's why I say I super stay in my lane. I'm not no punk. You're not gonna do nothing to me. But I move. I try to stay out the way because people are nuts nowadays.
Yeah.
And so quick to want to do something, so quick to just go into outrage, and that's how people die every single day. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I think too. I'll say this. I think stereotypes play a big role in how people respond, right? And so there's that you heard that racial undertone when the lady made a comment about him having a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're the one that's likely to have the gun, right? So I tell people
fight that man.
You said what?
So to her point, if she says that, then what are you doing? Why are you out here?
Yeah, exactly. And it's bold, but you know, listen, we watch scary movies, right? But you see that laugh you just did? You see that? What was that?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, that's
right. But you knew what I said, and I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I know what you said.
All right, but what do you call that though? What is that? It's a stereotype. It's a stereotype.
Stereotypes have some kernel of truth in them.
Yes, they do.
They don't come out of nowhere. Now you might take a stereotype and
go.
pervert it and make it negative.
Yes.
But they have some level of truth in them.
Yes, they do. Unfortunately, our community lives up to too many damn stereotypes sometimes. That's the issue. The issue is not that the stereotype exists. We are actually helping the stereotypes out.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately. So, you know, when I made a statement about the young man's hair and things like that, listen, as a young kid, I used to get in trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wearing a do-rag and leaving the house. My mom said it's unacceptable, right? My father said you can't do it. But I
back when I had hair.
Back when I had it, facts.
Right.
We two peas in a pod, brother.
Right. I had them 360s. Believe it or not, I had them.
Man, I had the waves too. Killer had them.
Right.
Shout out to Trash Can Waves. He's not with us tonight. That brother got the waves. But to your point though, why did your parents tell you not to wear your do-rag out in public?
The image that represents.
Exactly. But is that our problem or is it their problem? Should we have to change how we want to look because someone else put a negative, stamp on it? It's not fair.
It is. I'm in a weird space. Not weird, but I'm like in a transitional space in my life. I turned 34 last month.
Okay.
If you'd asked me 10 years ago, I'd have said that's not my goddamn problem with how people view me.
Right.
I don't care how they view me.
Right.
But the older I get and the more mature I get, it's like I still feel that it's like it's not my problem, but it's also. And shout out to rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. He said all the time, your image matters.
There you go. It does matter. Kevin Samuels is right.
My initial instinct is to buck that and say, well, why should it? That's not fair. But come on, man, fair. That's where they sell turkey legs and candy apples, man. We live in the real world.
We live in the real world. What is the reality? Right?
Right.
Facts over feelings. The facts are that your image has a lot to do with how people look at you. How they assume, how they make assumptions about you is based on your image. This is the reason why they say, hey, don't wear bonnets in the airport. Don't wear do-rags in the air. When you're on the street corner, don't wear wife beaters. I wasn't allowed to step out the house looking a particular way because it carried a stereotype. If you don't want to look like a drug dealer, don't dress like one. Well, who put that label on drug dealers? We did. We created the label that's actually used against us.
I'll tell you a perfect example of that. Nipsey Hussle, before he died, he did an interview. I think he was on Big Boy's radio show. And he said when they would go on missions or drive-bys, he said when they would go to a rival neighborhood, don't target the dude that looks like a square. He said find the person that looks like you.
That's deep.
And that's real deep. I mean, that's some real self-hate stuff going on right there. That's some real deep stuff. But it points to things they knew what to look for.
They knew what to look for. And it's not about cutting the dreads. Someone put in the comments, he cut his dreads. No, it's not about the dreads. It's about the presentation. The dreads, there's nothing wrong with dreads.
Right.
It's about the presentation.
You can have natural hair and have it presentable, have it kept.
Presentable. Be
I
presentable.
think one of the most beautiful styles on Black people, period, is a natural just fro.
Same here.
But there's a difference between having it groomed, have it picked, and have it presentable, and just having it look like you just got a bed.
Well, and the problem is, we're creating these labels, right? We're creating these stigmas, right? We glorify drug dealers, we glorify gangs, and so when we look at entertainment, when we look at shows, when we look at rap videos and things like that, when they're carrying out the lyrics of killing and drugs and prostituting, blah, 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 there's an image associated with that.
Right.
When I was growing up, we were told to not look like that image that's being presented as this, that, and the other, because that's how we're being judged. We live in a world where people judge you based on how you look. Now, you don't have to accept that. That's a personal problem.
Or you can choose not to care.
Or you can choose not to care.
And that's fine too.
But society does look at us a certain way based on how you look. It doesn't make it right, but it does make it the reality. And the thing about us as a community is we have to remind ourselves that there's a collective image outside of your own individual image. So when I go places, I make sure I carry myself accordingly and I look presentable because I know I represent something greater than myself. And until we start having that same type of pride amongst each other, we can reduce a lot of these racial profiling incidences, right?
Right.
And you'll never get rid of it 100%. But the reality is we all profile and we all participate in stereotyping people. We all do it. We all do it.
And also too, if you're the people that don't care, which is fine, that's your right. We live in a free country.
Right.
But you can't complain though about how you look. If you don't care all the way around.
Right.
You can't pick what you care about. I don't care how people think, but then when they judge you or when you feel like you're being discriminated against, don't care then too. Keep that same energy across the board. Let me speak on, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but let me speak on what that the brother earlier was talking about race. I am proud. I guess you would call me ADOS or FBA. I'm descendant of slaves. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that my people survived here and that we helped build this country and all that. I'm proud of my family lineage and my family history. I'm thoroughly proud of that. But we got to stop believing in made up stuff. Race is literally made up.
Yes.
It's not real. And you can look up the dude. I looked up his name just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It's a dude named Gomez. I might be pronouncing this. Inez de Zuzara. He was no, for real. Look it up. GOMES EANESDEZURARA. He literally invented that concept as a justification. He's from Portugal. He worked for the King of Portugal. He literally invented that concept of blackness and whiteness in order to justify slavery.
Right.
And his reasons doing so was because it was economic.
Yes.
It's not real. It's a mental illness that has been bred in not just our minds, but white people's minds too, that this stuff actually matters. You'll have the poorest white man look at somebody like I don't know, name a rich celebrity, LeBron James, and think, no, this dude might be living in a rundown trailer, you know, thinking, well, at least I'm black. I mean, excuse me, at least I'm white. He's still black. Like, come on, man.
Right.
Like, it's almost trying to explain why water is wet. It's so common sense that this is not real. It was made up and it's documented. But it's like Bob Marley said, you gotta release yourself from mental slavery.
Yes.
This is, and no disrespect to Dr. Francis Chris Welsing, and I understand the concept of racism, white supremacy, but that doesn't mean it's real.
Exactly. And
I don't understand what's hard to. You're not gonna tell me somebody's just better than me just because they happen to have less melanin than I do. Sorry, not buying it.
Not buying it.
And you live in Atlanta, right?
Uh-huh.
I live in Middle Georgia, about an hour and a half south of you. I'm around regular white people every single day. I see them. I've known white people all my life. I've lived in the South all my life. They're not special.
Nope.
They're not.
Nope.
The only way they look special is you give them this God complex
and
make them seem like they're divine. They're regular people.
And when you talk to them, they don't even believe that either. I have conversations with them all the time. Say, hey, do you feel like you're superior or supreme? They're like, no. They don't believe that.
You do got your racist white people out there. We do. When we real,
yes,
there are racist people out there. But you know what I know about them racist white people? The ones that are the most vehemently racist.
Yeah.
They usually live in the worst conditions.
They're poor.
They're poor. Have you ever seen where the Klan lives?
Yes, poverty.
It's
a lot of them.
Poverty.
Yeah.
And so I drive through my job. I have to do a lot of driving. I drive through these backwoods Georgia towns, and I see some of the flags. I see some of the stuff, but it's like you couldn't pay me to live here.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but
that's where a lot of that came from a lot of jealousy. You know,
right.
It was being jealous of Black people, and they didn't really have a reason to be jealous, but they believed in, you know, the elites in this country put that message out here to create division to protect them. So we're all playing this game here at the bottom level.
It insulates them.
There you go. And that's what it's all about.
It'd be like looking at someone who wears shout out to the Warriors. I'm a Celtics fan, but shout out to the Warriors.
Facts.
They like looking at someone who's wearing a Steph Curry jersey and think he actually plays on the team. He's not on the team. He's just a regular dude. And so, and what's so contradictory and what frustrates me so much about a lot of this pro-Black talk is that on one, they talk out of both sides of the mouth. On one hand, we were kings and melanin is magic, and we're the original as man. But then on the next breath, you got some people actually call themselves gods.
Yes.
But then on the next breath, you're complaining about a made-up system and people who you claim to be inferior to you. Which one is it? You can't have it both ways.
Well, and I think one of the challenges is, and I want to talk about this too, with the, people are talking about the hair and things like that. We're talking about he's a child, right? He's 16. He's a juvenile. He's a kid. People are giving me examples of people who are adults. When you're an adult, things are different. You make your own decisions. They're comparing, Bob Marley, someone said Jay-Z, J. Cole, like how they keep their hair. Yeah, they're grown. They can do what they want to do. Right. And they work for themselves.
All them people are multimillionaires. Well,
they're millionaires. And so they can do what they want to do.
J. Cole and Jay-Z are Jay-Z's a billionaire. J. Cole got to be worth at least $50 million, if not more.
He's a couple.
They live in a different world. They can do what they want. It's like Johnny Depp.
What they want. They're not really, those aren't really good examples. And we're not saying.
No, you can't look at any multimillionaire or any internationally famous person and look at what they do it. They have a different existence.
Exactly.
We're talking about the everyday person that got to get up and go to work every day.
Who's going to get judged by the people they're around, right? You got a 16-year-old who has literally his head looks like a mop. He has hair coming down his face. He's walking around, going to school like that. He's going around driving. I mean, people are looking at him. They're going to judge him. This is a fact, right? And so it doesn't look presentable. So again, we understand a style is a style, but we got to keep it. We got to just call it what it is. So I'm not knocking.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, go ahead.
No, I was gonna just say we're not knocking his hairstyle. We're just saying it's the delay in the thing. Go ahead, brother.
Or deal with it. If you don't, like, you can't have it both ways. We know what world we live in. We know whether it's fair or not. Who cares what's fair? It's about what's in reality. We know that looking a certain way is going to get a certain reaction out of the general public. If you don't care and you're going to do what you want to do, then deal with it on both sides. You can't have the good and not have the bad. You got to deal with it all the way across the board.
Exactly. I think that's the problem I have too. If you're gonna do it, fine. Then don't complain that people are treating you a certain way because of it, right? So
there you go.
It's image politics. It is what it is. No one said it's okay, but that's the reality. And I think that's how I've always looked at it. If I want to leave my house with the wife beater on and a do-rag, and then someone breaks into the liquor store next door and they say, "Hey, we're looking for a black man with a wife beater and a do-rag on," what am I going to say? Hey, stop profiling me. Well, you fit the profile of the person we're looking for. I can say that because I myself have been in that position as an officer where a call comes out and this is the description, and you look around and you see 30 black men all fit the description. Black t-shirt, right? Dreads, golds in their mouth, their pants off their ass, and guess what? I got to stop all of you. It is what it is. It's unfortunate. You guys, I didn't make the rules. These are society's rules. We're just here playing in it. You either play by the rules or you don't. But if you don't play by the rules still have an impact on you whether you like it or not. That's the reality of the game. We as a community try to ignore that like it's not a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. So if we want to do what we want to do and have our own outcomes, we need to get our own communities, create your own nation, and run your own stuff. And guess what? You do what you want to do.
But part of that is, and why that's not going to happen anytime soon, is because to have your own nation and have your own community, you can't be complaining about what other people are doing to you. If you want sovereignty, we don't have. I don't have to use an analogy. Let's look at this country and the founders of this country. They were having heavy taxes levied against them. They were being downtrodden upon by the English crown.
And they didn't complain.
They got on, and they didn't say, "Well, we want our independence, please."
Yep.
Can you please give us our independence? Can you please make it sovereign? No. They got busy.
Yep.
And it got bloody.
Yep.
Go to Haiti. Same thing.
Yep.
They were tired of it. They said, "We're done with it. We're not going to ask. Get up off of us."
Yep.
So if black people,
right?
We know that's made up. Fine, but we use it for convention. Black people, if we're going to do our own thing, cool. You can't whine and complain. Either do it and get them up off of you, or just go along, play by the rules.
Play by the rules.
You can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways. I tell people all the time, every time somebody want to come up here and have a white supremacy conversation with me, I asked the brother last time I spoke to him, I said, "Do you even know where your water comes from? Do you know where your electricity is coming from? Do you know how to make electricity? White supremacy feel real good when you get up in the morning and brush your teeth, don't it? When you got that AC running in your apartment, in your home. Stop playing. It's a lot of work to be free. It's not a joke.
Let's go here. How often do you go to the range? You really fight the system. It's more about knowing it.
Do you own a weapon?
Do you own them? And do you own them? Do you know how to use them? I'm in the gun range every weekend. I know guess who's in there. They know what to do.
Yep.
Do you?
Do you have any food stored up?
Can you feed yourself? Because listen, if you're gonna fight white supremacy, you can't go to Kroger. You can't go to Publix.
Right.
Like, let's stop. And I'm being tongue in cheek, but let's stop. Let's stop it.
We're being facetious, you guys, but the whole idea,
And it's fine. If you want to fight white supremacy, then stop talking about how proud you are that you built the nation.
Yeah. There's the thing is, you know, we're poking fun at it, you guys, but all jokes aside, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And the first level of work is teamwork, something that we are struggling to do. Teamwork, family building, economics. That's how you fight white supremacy, you guys. That's how you fight it together as a team, a unity, uniform, right? And again, if not, you're dancing in circles. You dance, or you come up here like the gentleman did and spew a bunch of foolishness. Right.
How do you fight it?
How do you fight it?
No
How
answer.
do you fight it? You make people watch an hour and a half video. If your answer is how do you fight supremacy, watch an hour and a half video, you're lost.
I know what video you're talking about. I've seen all that. That's not an answer how to fight it.
Well, bless his heart.
No disrespect to Dr. Welsing, she never really answered that question either.
She didn't. And from it's been so long. I could have sworn. I don't know why I kept thinking about Dr. Francis. I just pulled her up and I'm looking at her. Yeah, I remember first time coming across her was on the Donahue show. Listening to her and you know, I read a couple things about her. I never read the ISIS papers though, so I'm gonna have to check that out now. It might be a sign. I'm not familiar. I don't think I read. I know for a fact I didn't read it. I would have remembered that, but I'm definitely gonna check that out. But listen, brother,
okay. I'm sorry.
Very good, man. I got one more in the back. I'm gonna pull up. Listen, one, I appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate you, you know, reaching out earlier with the apology. I appreciate that, and thank you for the conversation, man. Great insight. Definitely well needed conversation. We definitely got to do a part 2 of this about where this brother getting his information from. What's the solution? You know, I know it. I know what needs to be done. I was hoping he'd give me one.
We all know the solution. It's the same solution. It's just like diet and exercise. We all know the solution. Do you have the willpower to do it?
Can you do it? I think the biggest problem I see all the time. Yeah, come up, Marcus. Come up. If y'all could drop the link again, and Jay Speed, I'm about to bring you up. What is the solution? What I hear from a lot of people all the time is that they, in their mind, they have a solution, but they don't know how to implement it. Your solution means nothing. If I say right now, I have a solution to end world hunger, but I can't tell you how to even implement it, it means nothing, right? Yeah. Well, your solution is, well, people need to have, you need to give them food. Okay, no shit, Sherlock. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you, like, the whole thing is, it's everybody has, or they assume, or they believe they have a solution to a problem. And then just like a complex, complicated math problem, I asked them to show the work. They can't do it. You can give me the answer, but you can't show me how you got there. And there lies the problem. And so if you can't show me, you can't implement it. And that's the issue. Sounds good. How do you do it?
Right.
Facts. All right, brother.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, Jay Speed, I'm about to bring you up, brother. I appreciate your patience. How do you do it? How do you solve it? They say. This brother was talking like he had the gems of the West Nile. Like he came across the Emerald Tablet. He knew all the answers. I said, what's the solution? This is a huge, huge problem. It's a multifaceted problem. You can't just come in here and tell me that this is the solution. Watch a video, look her up. Everybody knows about this lady, right? Everybody knows about her. And here we are. People more intelligent than me, you, and everybody on this stream. And here we are, you guys. We're still here. So don't tell me that she had the solution. If everybody just watch a video. So this isn't the reading rainbow. That's not how it works. If you have a problem, you give me a solution, and I come back and ask you to show me your work, and you can't show me anything, your solution means nothing. You cannot execute something that you cannot show. It's like, hey, here's the destination. Well, how do you get there? Oh, you can't take a horse to the well. You can't make him drink. I can show you the water, but can't make you drink it. No. How do you get to the water? That's the problem. How do you get to the water? Don't worry about drinking it. We know how to drink. We'll drink the water just fine. You can't show me how to get there. No strategy, no tactics. Then your solution means nothing. You're just talking. Everybody's talking. Everybody's talking. What's good, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? May I help you with this a little bit?
Man, break it down for me.
Everybody put on their thinking caps right about now. I have the time on this planet.
Yes, do it.
And maybe I'm gonna help some of you right about now. Okay? I have known when you mix truth and falsehood together, you really got a makeup of atomic bomb. Because it takes the truth to get your ear, and then you slip in the falsehood, then now you got a disaster.
Yes.
That's how the greatest trick the devil ever did is make you think he didn't exist. So there'll be some conversation me and you will have offline, but I'm gonna break down the basis of what you just asked, because I will never come on somebody else's platform, and I know how that conversation with that brother affected you. And then, just like I say, it's just like a person who's been given a permit with a gun, and once he gave it a permit, he goes out in public, started waving it all around. It's not that he didn't deserve the permit, but what he's doing with that permit is not what that permit allow him to do. So, you say, what is the solution? Well, my brother Nate, you part of the solution every day.
Facts.
That's number one. She simply broke it down, and the reason why you thought she was a man, because when she wrote her thesis and her papers, she got this concept, which she was a psychologist. She got this concept from a man called Nilo Fuller. And once she heard him speak, it answered some of the questions then when she was in school before she wrote her papers, because she had that one question: why were these people like this? And so, after listening to him, a man who went to service, who was in service, and he just took his life and put it in thought, and he had an answer that she couldn't answer, or her professors in school couldn't answer. And so once she got all that embodiment of work, then she was able to write the ISIS papers. And that's why you thinking Nilo Fuller, you're getting the two mixed up. Where we make a real big problem of having this discussion all the time. Let me try to, I'm getting the echo, so some of my syllables don't come out right. Let me just try to get a little lower.
Nah, you sound good.
Where we get some of our mistakes at is when we start talking about white supremacy. White supremacy would be nothing other than you got counsel and you get headaches from. You're talking about the symptoms, not the problem. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Not the core of the problem. So
Okay.
racism is a system, let's say a symptom of the system of white supremacy.
Okay.
Okay? And I can ask anybody 7 questions, and you have to, at the end of it, you have to come to the conclusion. There is a system. There's a system and a protocol to be a police officer. There's a system and protocol to be a military man. There's a system and protocol to work for any corporation. There's a system and call to work for the banking system. So we can't deny there are systems put in place in everything that we do in life.
Correct.
So don't let the system scare you. Supremacy means that no one is over you, but was made for a group of people so they could survive in the natural order of things, that them only being 17% of this planet and everything else is of color. Think about this. Now in America, white people are the majority, but on this planet, they're only 17%.
Mm-hmm.
And then that means everything after that is what? Of color. So, the reason why Dr. Francis was so threatened to, and her words in her papers, is due to the fact she was a clinical and a psychologist.
Right.
And so she was a professional.
Oh, real quick. She was the one who stated that white people are dying out and they use white supremacy as a way of self-preservation.
There you go. Now
Okay.
you're starting to get it. So let me just break that story up so your audience know it. I mean, it takes me about 2 minutes to set it up.
Go ahead, brother. You good.
So when the white man decided that he decided that the world wasn't flat and he wanted to take voyages around this beautiful earth that we live on, he did. And you got to understand that early explorers was the people who were reporting back to the kings and queens of the European. You understand? So when they would go out and find resources and stuff, they would keep it in a little book and boom, boom, boom. Well, as they was taking these voyages around these different places on this planet, well, they did mingle with the locals. And some women got pregnant. So when they came about 7 years or 8 years back, and these white men seen that all the children didn't look like him. You mean he took his white DNA and mixed it with a color DNA, and there was really no traces but a very small, minute traces of him in that child. That became very scary. Very scary. And so her thesis in her ISIS paper is written on that once they understood that you mix anything with white, it's never become white again. You understand? So you could take any vanilla ice cream and mix any color to it. Once it become of color, it can never be white again. It can have white in it, but it can never become white again. So that means that they can be annihilated, not with a gun, but a black man zipping down his pants using his penis.
Interesting. Because
okay, let me finish up on this story.
Go ahead. No,
so the white man came up with a gun. The first gun was called the Equalizer. If you don't think I'm telling you the truth, go back and you've been a gunman yourself, find out what the first pistol was called. It was called the Equalizer. And it was shaped as the same as the black man's stroller in his ficus. Because their discovery that they were not the majority of this planet, so they had to have something to equalize it to be from annihilated. And to this day, if you look at almost all the European countries, they were the first ones to get nuclear weapons to let you know before they leave this planet, if you wanted to annihilate them, they would blow up this whole planet. So we got to deal with the reality. We got to deal with the reality of what we do. Now you say, what was her solution? Her solution was to replace injustice with justice. And you do it every day, brother. That is your journey right now. To replace injustice with justice. Not to kill white people, but all the policies and all the perks they have up to this point, that it should be replaced if it's injustice with justice. You do that work, I do that work, that young man who just left your channel might do that work. But for a man to come up to have them listen to Dr. Francis and Nilla Fuller and not have the true understanding and come on the channel to attack another brother, It reminds me of a lot of Christians when they first become Christian, they get saved and they get baptized, and they want to go out there and thump
Like
people
brand
across
new.
the head, and they don't have enough information to answer the question that you asked him. What was the solution? And so now you at a standstill. But at this point, up to this point, he don't made you seem like he was the enemy. And I really don't want to talk to that brother, because that's why I said earlier, could you bring that brother back so we can have a three-way conversation? Because obviously he don't know you and your platform. And that's one of the things that Nilla Fuller and Dr. Francis always say. If you're not there to help, you don't go anywhere to tear down. Exactly. And that's why I say there are certain conversations me and you can't even have on your platform concerning this.
Correct.
And so, when you understand the simple thing of replacing injustice with justice, it's not that hard to come up with a blueprint.
It's not
because
hard.
You do it every day.
Yes,
you was
sir.
a police officer. You seen injustice as far as the police department. You seen injustice for as the neighborhoods that was approaching the police. So you seen it on both sides.
Yep.
You see where both sides use some what I call negative energy, and they shouldn't be surprised what they created and what bomb made from the negative energy. You usually get the same energy back what you put in. No less, no more.
That's right.
I have to say this. When I hear people try to go back in history, try to find out when the word was race started or whatever, come on, let's don't be simple, people. There are terms in historical written in the tombs in Africa that you might call Egypt. We call Kemet, because that's when you know Kemet with elephants, that's when the black men rule. When you see it with camels, that's when other people rule.
I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. And so when I hear brothers try to break, and this is why I say this conversation been on at streams on both sides. Both person wanted to get their information in, and neither side was sufficient enough to understand what neither side was trying to discuss.
Right.
Because if somebody bring you the halftime score of any game and then gave you the complete score of who won, then you're stuck on halftime. So you had your half who was stuck on halftime, and you had his half stuck on halftime. And so both of y'all just stuck in halftime. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Let me ask you this, J Speed.
Yes, sir.
Dub Will makes an interesting statement, and he says, respect OG, said, but what does it mean to be black? What does it mean to be white?
Okay. To be white is absent of color.
Right.
To be black, it's not a race, it's the essence of all colors. God said, I bring it from the darkness to light. You put black under the microscope, and I can tell anybody this right now. Order you a little microscope and put black on it. You see every color. Put white on it, you only see one color. I didn't know that till I did this experiment with a little old cheap ass $20 magnifying glass from Radio Shack. They don't even have Radio Shacks anymore. But I did this shit about 30 years ago because I didn't believe it. I was like, damn, that's black. There's no way it could have colors in it. And
I think what he's saying too, though, and Dub will correct me if I'm misinterpreting this. And thank you for the super chat and the previous one as well. At the end of the day, there's only one race.
Wait, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
All right. I'm moving too fast.
Okay, we'll get to that, brother. I told you about the time that everybody going to have on the think account. This is Weekend in University from the Digger School,
all right.
who just got a GED. Okay? So, when you understand there is one race, the human race.
Right.
But let's don't be stupid, bro. There's one NBA.
Come up, Dub Will. Go ahead, come up.
Hey,
Dub Will wants to break it down. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Let me hear you.
There's only one BA, but they got many teams with different colors of uniform.
Facts. That's
You
true.
understand?
And what team are black people playing on?
Wait a minute, we playing on all of them. But we playing on all of them.
And this is what I tell people all the time. Right. There's the problem.
Right. But see, listen what I'm saying is,
all right,
sometimes we want to separate reality. And y'all was saying something earlier about how you dress and how you do this and how you do this and how you do this on the one side of your talking points. But on the other side of the talking point, you were absent of that same energy of what you was just talking about when it got to the other part of the topic. Like it didn't really matter. It does matter. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't have cases of Bank of America being sued,
right?
Redlining, and all these other stuff. These ain't these 1T white boys living in some shack who's making these policies. So don't act as if we don't have this symptoms of the system of white supremacy. We can't talk. Well, he said you can't talk off both sides, but you know what? There's absolutely two things could be going on at the same time. Four things could be going on at the same time. You can chew, you can eat chicken and spit out your bones.
True.
Okay? And so my problem is with both sides of this argument, it's incomplete. And that's why I tried to complete it when I first came in with this solution. Because this is what Dr. Nilla Fuller says. If you're going to have a discussion about anything, start off with one agenda, looking for the solution.
Yes.
So we know if you don't like crime in your neighborhood, right?
Right.
There's only 15 to 16 people bringing that crime to your neighborhood. Might be 500 people living there.
Exactly.
That's true. Let's get rid of the council.
There you go.
You understand?
It's very easy.
Right. For the police department, if you start, you are tired of looking with a bad image and some of your decision making, let's get Nate and come up with his blueprint, how you fix that. He worked for you. He understands what it takes to be a police officer. He was dragged down the highway. So he understands. So he don't have no agenda to hate you. He only has an agenda to improve you.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So this is why you solving these problems are because there's different people who are specialized in different fields.
Yes.
And that's how you, when the Nation of Islam went into New York, had a drug problem. And these brothers who went in there with uniforms, bow ties, clean, no weapons at all.
Yep.
They took a lot of weapons from brothers. They beat down some brothers too.
That's what I heard.
Because their life was on front line. And they were known not to carry weapons. I'm 21 years into my fruit, and I did the same thing. I'm 30-something years into it now. So what I'm trying to say, Nate, sometimes when we don't understand things, we shouldn't discuss things. And he had no business coming on your platform trying to make you seem like there was something wrong with your approach. Because let me tell you something, brother, if you still listen, I wanted to have this conversation with you. I really did. That's why I'm not really using anything you said, because I like to deal with the man himself. I put it in the chat when the brother was on here. Can we have a three-way conversation? Because I know many police officers are in the nation. You see what I'm saying? So for him to say that every police officer is part of white supremacy, well, what was the solution? I said, take injustice and make it justice. How you gonna do that when you're standing on the outside looking on the inside?
You can't.
You got to be part of the program to change the protocol of the program.
And that is, and let me say this real quick, and then Dub Will, let me get you in. The reality is, I know that. And I talk about it all the time, saying we have to put Black people in positions of power in order to bring about change. I call it Operation Chocolate. You know, I dropped the video on the community tab not too long ago. What is Operation Chocolate, you guys? It is us putting ourselves, you know, it was a little comedy relief in there, but the reality is if you are not in the system, you cannot change said system. You don't like the system, you don't have the power to do anything about it, right? It's rigged against you, fine. If you get in, you can make a difference. What is whites when we talk about systemic racism? People say the system. The systems themselves today, one could argue, are not racist anymore, meaning the system is not geared specifically criminally against black people or minorities. No.
Yes, you're right. But stop right there.
Let me add this one thing. Let me add this one thing.
I'm gonna get that caveat on.
I'm about to go to caveat.
Okay.
What is the caveat? The caveat is now that the systems are not designed against us, the problem is there are people in the system that are working and can work against you. This is a fact. So if I have a system where there's no issues, right? This ain't the 60s, right? These aren't black codes. This isn't Jim Crow, right? That's not a thing right now. That's not a thing. So you have to show me a system that is designed against black people.
I'm finna show it to you right now. I'm finna show you that. Nate, I'm finna show you that.
All right. Well, what I always tell people is that though you might not show me the system, you can show me a person. And I think
I'm gonna show you the system.
All right. Well, before you show me the system, let me get Dub Will because he's waiting in the back. Want to get?
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead, get in. Peace, my brother. I hope you and your family is doing well.
Same to you, OG.
Yes, sir.
I've seen you talk a lot. I've seen you be on Anton's show and all that, and I respect you and your knowledge and all the wisdom you have. I have a lot of respect for the NOI and the work y'all have done over the years. Okay, I'm not trying to. I don't want to be combative, and I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to understand because you're older than me and you have more knowledge than I do.
Yes, sir.
This concept of black and white, and the concept of white supremacy.
System.
Okay, fine. The system of white supremacy.
Because there's a difference. You know that, right?
And I guess I'm looking for clarification, right?
Yeah, because wait. So that is a good question. So this is how we start the conversation, because that is an excellent question.
Mm-hmm.
If I say white supremacy, me and you both go look at somebody like they're crazy. Ain't nobody superior over me. I don't give a damn what color they are.
Thank you.
All right. So this is where it get flipped at. Now watch what I say when I change it from white supremacy to the system of white supremacy. You say, what is the difference? There's a major difference. See, the system works itself. Okay, let me show you how it worked. Mexico had their revolution in what year? But what system was left there? Their religion, the language. You understand now this? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even though Spain is not in Mexico anymore, they left a system that is still run today. And it's the majority of that country.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is when you don't understand the system, so this go piggyback onto Mr. Nate of saying, show me the system. You know, there's an executive order is the only thing to keep black people in the military. No other person has to go on that crown. Do you know that we have to vote? We have to have Congress to vote for us to have the right to vote every 15 years. Nobody else is under that crown. If we are citizens of this country, why do we have special provisions that no one else, even coming from another land, have to go through but African Americans in this country? Yo, you didn't know that, did you? There's an executive order that says if that president come here right now, because it was not done by Congress, it's an executive order that all military for black people to serve, it was signed by president. Do you know every 15, I think it's every 15, it may be every 20, so don't quote me, but it's every 15 a year, Congress has to come together for black people to have the right to vote in this country. No other people has to go through that. No other people. So when you start talking about that everybody is the same, then why we have civil rights and not human rights. If everybody supposed to be treated under the Constitution the same, equality, then why do black people have to have civil rights and not the same human rights that everybody else is covered in this country?
Well, I mean, I know you're talking in general. For me, I don't disagree with the civil rights movement. I think they were fighting for the wrong thing. I think they should.
No. We're not even talking about what they're fighting for. I'm saying to have the same Constitution to back you as a person. Why do you have to have special provisions so it can stop other people from doing you the rights you supposed to already have? It'd be like Nate saying we don't need more gun laws. We need for the laws to be enforced that's already on the books. Why is it they always got to come up with us your unique circumstances to give us special titles, special names, special this, for us to be treated like citizens of this country? You didn't even know that we have to vote and have that right to vote. You didn't even know that there was a president signed the executive order so black men can get into service. And even to the day, any president can come up there and
I think it was Truman, right?
Huh?
Yeah, Truman did that,
forgot that. I don't want to give you any misquotes of what's the name. But I have a political scientist who comes on my front, who was a commander right here, police officer in L.A. His name is Mark for Anaheim. I have 2 great videos on him, and he goes to this in detail. And the last video I did is the one he's speaking on this same subject. So I'm saying, for us not to know, I'm not even, see, have I said anything about slavery yet? Nothing, right?
My question has nothing to do with slavery.
No, I'm saying, I haven't said anything about slavery, or really I haven't said anything about Jim Crow. I'm speaking strictly the government policies and protocols that we have to live under. That's what I'm saying. At the same time, that the Asian got a special law for hate crime, there were more black people killed than the Asian people. And believe it or not, the first 2 Asian cases in this country that Asian went in there and shot up. It was a white male who went in there and shot it up due to the fact he had spent so much money into prostitution and that massage parlor. And they called that a hate crime. It wasn't even a hate crime. You had made this man so discouraged that you had hooked him on to, well, he has to be accountable too. So I'm not giving him an excuse, but you have these women working in these massage parlors who would get these men all hot and then charge them extra money to do what they call happy ending, which all of us know about. But in California, we call them spas and stuff, and they're doing everything. It ain't just a happy ending; it's everything. So what I'm trying to say is, how is it that they was able to get an executive order signed in to protect them when they didn't even do enough research? Because I'm gonna tell you, it's just like all other and people who integrate in this country. Once they come in this country, they fall under the flag, and there are money spenders. It's all about the Benjamin. We got to understand. Okay. Now we can cut this conversation and say, bam. Let's forget about white supremacy and all that, and we talk about Benjamin, and we go still end up with the same results. Because look, man, you probably go and buy your clothes. You go and buy your clothes, and you get to them, you're like, man, when you first get them, you know, you're going to be sharp. You're a sharp brother. You know, the bald head, you got the gold cheek going on, you know. You going out there, you're kicking the dust, and you all in the square. I call y'all the bald head gang with the beards. Yeah. So
with the dark skin,
you know what I mean?
You know, the dark skin beautiful.
But, you know what I mean? I'm just an old fart, 62 years old, who looks good. You know what I mean? But when you go out there and buy your clothes and they're in style, okay, you appreciate it, right? But when that clothes begin to be out of style for you, what you usually do with them clothes?
You give them a Goodwill.
There you go. See, we was bought here for a certain reason, bro. Mm-hmm. And when the Industrial Revolution came along, they started making cotton gins and all that stuff, and they had a war killing 2 white boys killing each other over some currency, keeping the 13 colonies together. You know what I mean? It wasn't even about us in the first place. It only became about us when they was losing the war up the North, because both of them was taught in West Point. And so when they start fighting each other, They was just two good armies going against each other. Both of them was trained in the same West Point. So what I'm trying to say is, we was the trump card. We was the trump card for the North. Because you got to understand, we fought on both sides. See, that's one thing is never discovered. That black people fought on the Confederate side and they fought on the Northern side.
Yeah, I know that.
But we always focus on us, but we was the trump card. Reason why we was trump card, we was tired, we was angry, we were faster, and we can learn how to shoot a fly pissing on cotton almost a mile away. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't bring up none of that stuff because we got too much stuff we looking at in front of us. We don't have it. But in anyway, but people who wants to be historians and who wants to know about history, you go back in the history, not to see how great or worse you was. You go back in the history to see the mistakes you made so you don't make the mistakes in the future. That's all history is supposed to be a lesson of.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, I can bring a lot of things as far as the system and show you how the system here worked against you. But see, I am just like you, my brother.
Doug, we're waiting for you to give us the system, brother. You.
I'm trying to respond. I'm listening, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, but that's not really my question.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I'm breaking down the system for you. I'm not talking about people who are working. I'm actually giving you laws.
Okay, let me ask you this way.
Let
me ask you this way. Dick Gregory said on an interview one time, he said, white supremacy will send other white boys out to get killed in war. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he gave me away. Dick Gregory gave me away for my wedding. So go ahead, bro. I know a lot of his quotes. Keep on going.
Okay.
Get it in.
No, but I thought it was a deep quote because when we talk about, it seems like from what I observe, when black people, especially in this country, talk about white supremacy, they apply it to Caucasians across the board. Do you follow me?
I got you.
Okay. But when I look in the world and I see the average Caucasian, I don't even use the word white. I use Caucasian.
Okay. Caucasian or mountain. Go ahead.
Right. All that. I look at their life. I look at my life. And I say, I'm a regular dude. I'm not going to get on this YouTube and cap like I'm just balling. I'm a regular working class dude.
Go ahead and do some flashing cash, brother. Do some flashing cash. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I wish. The white dude standing next to me at Kroger, buying his groceries just like me, how is he benefiting from white supremacy? Because it's kicking him in the ass too.
Well, you got to understand, I can answer that question very easily.
Well, hold.
Go ahead, Nate. You know I got a good
one more thing.
gift for gab, so I ain't scared of no questions.
This goes back to my original question of what does it mean to be white? What does that mean?
Okay. You go to the doctor. That ain't easy, Nate. I can answer that in
but it's not about you answering it. It's about what he said was true.
Okay, let's see how true it is. Let's see how true it is. I didn't never say it wasn't true. Let me get that in, brother. Let me answer that question before you.
No, I'm
slide in one of them James Brown dances on me. Let me get this in, okay?
Let me concise. Let me concise my question.
Yes, sir.
What good is it to be white, quote unquote, for the average Caucasian person? What good is it to be white if you're gonna get treated like my black ass too?
Well, I told you just a minute ago, and hold that face till I give you my answer. I told you almost 10 minutes ago, you can go to the doctor right now, bro. And the doctor say, if you don't quit smoking, your ass gonna die in 6 months. Now, if you don't take advantage of that, whose fault is that? So you can't use the excuse just because some of them are not taking advantage of. Everybody who went down with the Titanic didn't make it on a goddamn boat. There's a reason why. Reason why, because we're dealing with human nature. You got trash in every damn race. And they don't give a damn about white, black, or anything else. And you got Negroes the same way. They don't give a damn about white, black, or anybody else. But just because you don't give a damn about that, there's opportunities right now, benefits right now that black people could be taken advantage of, and they don't do it. Because it takes a little work, a little effort, and a little reading. There's benefits. Look, think about what I'm finna say. The Constitution is written in a certain way. Now, you heard of the word liberty in the Constitution, ain't you? You don't heard that word, right?
Yeah, right.
Answer this question then, brother. How could you tell the people you are liberty, have the liberty and the fortune of this country, and you're signing a document and saying there's equal rights in this country, but the same people signing this document owning slaves?
They were hypocrites.
So no. I understand that. So if these documents were written and they only seeing you 3/5 of the human being, you got to be able to filter through these documents and find out what do the 14 and the 15 really mean. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying is, I am a overachiever. I'm a country ass boy from Charlotte, North Carolina, who spent most of his adult life in an ATL, who came out to California and been very successful.
I'll respond to T, Nathan.
Okay, none of these things that I say, by knowing about the information I know about it, can stop anybody from doing anything to you. Only you can stop people from doing things from you. Now understand what I just said. That even though you have hurdles and things you have to do in life, that don't mean you can't be successful. But without the right information, without the right information, see, when you are sitting in your classroom in 2022, right now, if you put a white child there and a black child there, because still places there's still, and you go see this right here, you put a white child and a white child, and they're both reading out the same book. You know what one is learning? One is learning how to be superior, and the other one is learning how to be inferior. Just from that same book.
Whose fault is that, though?
No. I understand that, Nate.
Okay.
This is where I say you come in at. This is where I come in. This is where this brother come in at. Because when you have, as I was taught, Christopher Columbus discovered America while he was waving on somebody on the shore. How do you discover something when somebody's already there? So what I'm trying to say is, the way the system, the school system, is set up for your children to assimilate into the workforce.
Right.
It's already set up with you with an unbalance. You understand? And so, white people just like us, bro, they can have all the opportunities in the world, but they go out there and get that crystal meth. Feel better than being successful. You know, there's some black people right now with some doctor's degrees out there hitting that pipe because it feels so damn good. So, you're talking about human nature versus a system. Human nature's going to let people do what they do. But a system is set up to even catch. You remember when Chris Rock said...
One second, J. Speed.
Go ahead, go get it.
His brother got diarrhea of the mouth if you let him.
No. Not only that, I can wrestle with my jawbones.
Double, go ahead.
Because you know I'm a comedy. You know I don't look at stuff like that with insult, because a lot of times when people talk, a lot of times when people talk with me like that, Nate, I know they ain't nothing but 2 weeks off for breast milk, because they can't really understand exactly where I'm coming from. So I already know that. Understand? You know what? The worstest thing a person can do when you just went to sleep is cut on a light. It hurts your eyes. You know what I mean? Light will hurt your eyes. And so when someone is enlightening you in something that you want to stay in, it hurts like hell. That's why I know you don't have to lie on anybody. The truth hurt bad enough.
It does hurt. It does hurt. And let me hear what Will. Let me get you to address that, and then address that comment, because we let OG come out here. He'll spit for days, dropping gems. So much. I know how to look at a book. I'm about to open up a damn jewelry store after you get done, brother. Go ahead, Will.
A lot was said, so I'm going to address the school part when you talked about how black kids sitting next to a white kid, and the white kid is being taught to be superior and inferior. That didn't work with me, because my parents taught me a long time ago I wasn't inferior to nobody.
Who taught you, brother?
My parents, my mother and my father.
Say that again. Say that again.
My father and my mother taught me I was not inferior to anyone.
All right.
So I walked into the door with a mindset of I'm going to eat the playing field to you. Just because you are blonde hair, blue eye doesn't mean anything to me. And you know.
Okay, so what did you do with that information? Can I ask you a question? What did you do?
Oh, don't ask him nothing. Don't ask him nothing yet. Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead. Get it. Go ahead.
What did I do? I went in early part of my life. I did what I did. Now I slacked out of school as I got older because I got tired of just sitting in class. But the mentality didn't change. Even when I go outside today, you are not. It's almost so basic to me because it was ingrained in me when I was a kid. I don't even know how to explain it. You are not superior to me. Period.
Right.
So, and that goes back to my point I was making about white people being affected by white supremacy.
Yes.
What benefit is it to have this label of white if it can do the same harm to you that it does to me? I take it back. You take it back to slavery in this country. We know it was a really hierarchical system, right? You had the plantation owners, which was a small group of people at the top, right? You had us at the bottom. But then you had people that were like overseers or ran the plantation that the slave owner owned. The only reason the overseers felt good about themselves was because they had this label of white. But they were being exploited just like we were, not to the same degree, in that they were treated as human beings, but they were still being exploited. So, and they were still still poor. They're still living in horrible conditions, just like we were, but we just did not have the legal or the humanity put upon us.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a question. Because
don't ask him nothing yet.
Dave, that ain't fair. That ain't fair. What he just laid on the table wasn't fair.
Wait.
Hold on. What he just laid on the table wasn't fair. Because I just want to ask that one question. Would you like to be one to get your ass whooped, or you want to be one to whooping the ass?
Wait. Hello.
Good.
Can you hear me?
You good? I can hear you.
But do you understand what I'm saying before you ask me the question? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. That's why I got a question. I understand what you're saying. Would you like to be the one who's giving the ass whooping or getting the ass whooping?
I want to be Nat Turner and get up out that mug.
No, that wasn't the question. The question is, if you had two choices, you getting your ass whooped or you giving the ass whooped, which one would you want to be? Come on, see, the reason why I'm going to tell you why you don't want to answer that question. Because it goes against every goddamn thing you just said.
No, it didn't.
That's why you don't want to answer that question. It's a simple question. You know that's a simple question.
No.
You know that's a simple question.
No, because I already acknowledged that we were treated like less.
No, but answer the question then. Would you like to be the one? Wait a minute.
You're not acknowledging.
If you was in a fight, I'll just put it this way. I know you ain't gonna answer the question. If you was in a fight, if you was in a fight, if you was in a fight,
I just said I don't want to get my ass beat. I just did.
Okay. But you would love to get that ass whoop on them that was trying to beat your ass, right?
Right, but you're not.
So wait, stop right there. Stop right there. So I don't give a damn.
Listen very well, OG.
Wait. I don't give a damn if they don't take advantage of
it. You asked him something. That's your fault. Now you got to.
I'm sorry. He answered. See, I got it. He broke the contract. He broke the contract. Now wait. Now I got to bring that exculpatory evidence on his ass right about now because he answered the goddamn. He broke the goddamn contract. He opened Pandora's box. Right. So now you did it. See, this is what. See, hey, look. A lawyer says never ask a question you don't know the answer to. I know what your answer is going to be, and I know you were going to open it up so I could bring in this exculpatory evidence.
But you still haven't acknowledged my point.
No. Your point, brother, you never had a point. You had a talking point. You never have a point. You never had a point.
Pause 1 second. You guys, pause 1 second. Let me
go ahead. Get some of them super chats out.
It's going to be Royal Rumble up in this joint. Yeah. Listen, I don't want us to skate too far off from the purpose, because honestly this is a great conversation, and I think this deserves a discussion onto itself.
Bring us back.
We're gonna have to let's have this conversation again. We're gonna have to have it in its entirety though, and we're gonna have to have it under the pretense of the system. Let's have a conversation about the system, because all of us are bringing in interesting points that are valid. And I think the system can be argued from a lot of different perspectives, because there is a core force that has created this engine, right, for the sole purpose of protecting themselves, the core. Yes. And they do not care who it impacts. They want us divided on the bottom level, right? We are fighting each other through race and racism and systemic race. They have fooled everybody. To Dub Will's point, they have fooled everybody. We are all under the spell of the people who have actually casted it. And so, again, when you are not operating in truth and reality, you then become a victim of this so-called matrix that we are all participating in. And so, to your point, that is the problem. The problem is the powers that be have made us believe that we are enemies, and we are not. And so they need to do that in order to distract us from the bigger problem, the real problem, which is them at top. And a lot of us wouldn't even know who them look like. They are unknown to us, right? We are too busy looking at each and every one that we see on a day-to-day basis of being the enemy, and that is so far from the truth. That's why all this hatred, all this divisiveness. Someone brought up in the chat about shout out to Daughter of Yah. She brought up the great replacement theory that Sister Francis, Dr. Francis Welsing, has brought up about the great replacement theory. And as we see, that's the same information or concept and ideology that the Buffalo, New York shooter used as his justification for creating or carrying out that terror against a Black community in that grocery store when he killed all those people from our community. That's the same rhetoric he was using to support his stupidity, his ignorance, his evil, his wickedness. The idea that white people believe they're being wiped out, right? And so by Black people, it's not true. Their issues are more so their own problem. Genetically, they're having issues reproducing. It has nothing to do with Black people. And if a white woman she decides she wants to be with a Black man, so be it. And vice versa. Interracial dating, everybody's mixing and mingling, right? So at the end of the day, I think it is a very, very, very big discussion to have. And I think we can all bring a unique perspective into this conversation. But I will say, the power of belief is a thing. It's the same thing that you have people from different religions. Everybody think their religion is right. And that's the reason why, that's what makes the conversation dangerous, is when someone believes something to be true, how do you turn them different? Hey, if you push this button and then take all these people with you, there will be 1,000 virgins waiting for you at the end of the rainbow, right? People believe that.
No, they didn't. That was deception. You got to watch how you say that. That was deception. I'm a Muslim, so you watch how you say that. That was wait. See, that was used. That what you just said right now was used to make people think that these brothers over there was idiots.
I know that,
and that's what they was fighting for.
That's not
when you drop bombs on people's families and you kill their mothers and fathers, they're not thinking about no damn virgin. They're thinking about revenge.
Listen, I agree. That was the point that I was making was. The point that I was making was someone believed that and were willing to commit suicide in order to get that. We're not talking about what's true or not true. That's the whole point. The point is people will live their whole life believing a lie and will kill over a lie. That's the problem, the dangers of propaganda, misinformation and disinformation. That is the issue. People are willing to take someone's life, take their own life, make people's life miserable off of a lie that they were told. We talked about school books, how they're misinforming people. Listen, we grew up as kids thinking that the cowboys were the good guys and the Indians were the bad guys, right? This is Thanksgiving. This is the whole thing.
Nate, again, what I want you to understand, and because I know you're a very fair person. What I want you to understand in the statement you just said. People don't strap bombs on them, brother, to get no virgin. They strap bombs on them. Let me finish this, Nate. They strap bombs on them because they don't have airplanes. They don't have guns who can shoot from a ship and land into their community. The only thing they have to do is what we call jungle warfare. And these are the things that they do have. Like when you see people throw rocks at tanks, bro.
Right.
When you see people throw rocks at tanks, do you believe, do them people who throwing that rock at the tank really believe it can hurt that tank? No, but they're making a stand and saying, look, you can't. But that is what, but you did say somebody believed that, and that's why they strapped the bomb on it. They didn't believe that.
I think the example is the problem, Nate. I understand what you're saying totally, but I agree. I do agree with OG. I don't think nobody's doing a suicide bombing because of I don't think it's religion based.
No. I'm saying what they are told about your dedication. What the dedication to the cause. Here's what you get for being dedicated to the cause. That's what was told. It wasn't true. I'm saying what.
But is that what we was told, Nate? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No. I'm talking about what people have been told who have carried it out, right?
No. See, that's why I'm saying your statement is false. This is what I have a problem with your statement being false.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear
If you were saying that's what we was told, I'm with you 100%. But see,
hold on. So the jihadis who, I'm trying to use my words carefully because we're on YouTube, right? Okay. They were not told that there are virgins waiting for them at the end of the rainbow.
No. See, this is how you make Americans believe. No. This is why you make America believe that you have a reason over there to kill them people. Because you can say statements like that.
Man.
The statement was, as a Muslim, only submit his will to Allah. It has nothing to do with no woman, no virgin of a whatever. It means that you only submit to you Allah. So when you see your mother,
you're telling me that there were no groups who committed some of these acts were never told that that's what they would get after sacrificing themselves.
Okay, listen. This is what I'm telling you.
No, Jay.
I answer your question. This is what I'm telling you. All right. No. So now I can go from there because I'm a Muslim and I've been listening to this shit for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
To convince y'all had a reason to go over there and kill them people because they been believing some bullshit like this. No difference than we say as a Christian. Mm-hmm. When we die, we go to heaven. And it's honey and milk. There's no sorrow, no anything. That's been taught throughout the Holy Quran and the Bible. So, but when you are being attacked, you're not thinking about being in heaven with honey and milk. You are fighting because you're seeing your brothers and sisters killed.
I understand that.
So that's what I'm saying is, so don't act as if these people are some idiots that they wanted to strap bombs on there because they were looking because anybody wait, Nate, just think about common sense. Anybody who ever been with a virgin, I'll tell you that's not even a pleasant experience. You had one, you damn near don't want to go back again. So think about what we're saying, man. This kind of shit was sprayed out where millions of people was killed because of lies like that.
OG, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I agree with you. I don't think the motivation,
right?
Because we're kind of deviating from the topic.
I think you're missing the point.
But I'm thinking
I didn't ask my question. Yet.
Okay.
The motivation for I don't know if we can say jihad on YouTube, but for doing jihad might not have been the 70 virgins or whatever it is. But is it possible that out of a reward for participating and sacrificing yourself and becoming a martyr that you would receive that? Is that not taught? Okay.
I try to explain.
But do you understand
I understand what you're saying. I try to explain that with the honey and milk thing. When you die and go to heaven, you live forever lasting with God. Versus going into the hell of fire. So if you're talking about somebody getting in front of another command and saying, if you die with the armor of Allah and fight evil, that you would live in heaven, and that's part of they having to have 19 or 20 virgins. That's not part of the conversation. The conversation is you submit and you are dying for righteousness, not for no poontang a virgin.
That's the motivation. But what Nathan's saying is or are they not taught that as a reward for that sacrifice?
Because again, I'm saying it again. When David got the fucking slingshot and went out there and killed Goliath, he's not thinking about his soul not going to hell. He's thinking about his soul going to heaven. And understanding to have the faith to believe that his big brothers and all big old soldiers couldn't bring Goliath down. So what I'm saying is, what makes Islam different from any other religion on this planet? We don't have images of who Allah is. We don't have images of who our prophets was or anything. We submit our will to God and God only. So all that other extra stuff, if someone, you're not to be the aggressor, but if someone aggress upon you, you fight to the death. It has nothing to do with none of that stuff y'all talking about.
But hold on. One second. J Speed, we're talking about two totally different things. And I think you missed the point because I know your brother of the NOI, right? And so
Yes,
I don't want you to think that I'm trying to put out or disrespect. And you know my heart. You know I'm not trying.
Yeah, I know you are, but I just
I'm not trying to disrespect Islam, but I do understand why you're passionate about it, because people have pushed out false information or inaccurate information about Muslim people. I'm talking about extremists.
Right.
I am talking about extremists, even them.
Okay.
I am talking about, because when you give out that misinformation, you make these people look stupid. You make these people say that the gift that you just gave them don't mean anything.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Do you understand? Like, if you a police officer, let's deal with the police office. Let's forget off about that. Let's deal with the police office. Let's deal with the police office.
I think you're misunderstanding what he's saying.
We got to cover.
He's not saying that.
No, bro.
I'm not saying that.
No.
Let me ask you this thing.
You are saying it. You are saying it.
Yes,
you are saying it.
But I think I think
belief
you're
is the main point of what he's saying. He's talking about the extremes people will go to for a belief.
No, listen what I just said. He's saying exactly what I say I'm accusing him of saying.
Okay, what are you accusing me of saying?
I'm accusing you of saying, instead of you giving these people country was invaded and have the will to fight for what the death they see around. Wait, let me finish.
No, I gotta cut you off. I'm not talking about that. J Speed, this is the problem. We're talking about two totally different things.
If you saying that's on the motive, if you saying that's what motivated them, brother, you are saying what I'm saying. You're saying.
I'm talking about what has manipulated people into doing things. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but don't use that as an example, because that ain't why that happened.
I have an example.
That's not why it happened.
I'm not saying that's why it has happened.
But it's a bad example then.
No, it is not. If you were taught that, if you were told that.
No, if you was taught that in America, that's a bad example. That's a good example. Because if you was taught that in America, that's why these people was trying to hurt you.
No.
Because they was idiot people who believe that they can have 18 virgins.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said, JC.
Okay.
My brother, you've allowed this conversation to impact you emotionally.
I should, because people lost their life on that type of statement, bro.
I listen, but when we're having a conversation,
we are having a conversation,
and we're discussing points. If I say something that's inaccurate, I am holding you to say, "Hey, let's clarify that." But
and I tried to many a time, but you said we was having two different conversations. I'm saying we're having the same conversation.
Yeah, we're not. When you're not,
yes, we are.
When you're not using your library voice.
Hey, let me put it this way, bro. Because you know I can do it either way you want to. I say that, old chap. You want me to talk about spontaneity? I can do anything you want me to do. But let's just be real. Let's be real.
So let me ask you for clarifications.
Okay, can I have you clarification what you were saying then?
All right. Let's
start on that. All right. Give me some clarification.
Let me clarify, and if I misspoke, then please correct me, brother, because I only know what I know, and it's limited. Okay.
All right.
I was under the impression that there have been some, and I have to use my words carefully, some extremist groups, religious extremist groups, who have been motivated to carry out certain acts against other groups of people for whatever their justification is. I don't know, right? They have been taught, some of them, I don't know which ones, that if you carry this out, it's okay. At the end of this, there are X amount of virgins that you get for carrying this out. Was that, under my understanding, has that been something that has been taught to certain extremist groups?
And I'm going to tell you flat out, you are flat out. Whoever told you that was flat out lying.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you why that was instilled. Think about it. Who was on the other end of that information? Us, right? Who was on the other end of weapons of mass destruction? Us, right? So you got you I coming in your neighborhood right now.
Wait, before you get into that.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about that no more. I'm just saying I'm making another type of example. I'm making another type.
I want to stay on topic. On topic.
Okay.
Before we close it out. I just want to say this.
No, this is part of the topic. That's why I want to go on into it.
Well, when you ask me where did I get that from?
No,
right,
I know where you got it from.
Where did I get it from?
Same thing as pro, con, this, that, boo, that. You got it from the same place. CIA, bro.
Okay.
That's where you got it from. CIA.
Okay. And the one who taught this,
the same thing about the same thing. CIA, FBI. Same with Martin Luther King. Same with Kennedy. When they want to make you believe something, they put something stupid in your face.
Have you ever been to the Middle East?
I've been in the Middle. Well, there's really no Middle East, but I have been to Africa because there's no Middle West or Middle anything. So you talking about the continent of Africa?
I give you that.
Okay,
I give you that.
Okay, so
depending on where you're standing at on the globe, there's no such thing as a Middle East.
Yeah, ain't no Middle East, no Middle West or whatever. You know what I mean? That's some bullshit. You got the Suez Canal that blowed up and they separated the continent of Africa.
Yeah, we know.
So yes,
this is what Double R is saying. So Jay, prove that extremists didn't say this to manipulate others to commit crimes from them under jihad.
I can prove it on one point, bro. I don't know if you got a family or not, but if you was living in your household and a group of people, regardless of what color, came in your house and ramshacked your house, raped and robbed and killed your family, you wouldn't need nobody to get on a motivational speech and tell you.
And there it is. There it is, J Speed. That's what I'm talking about. You're making an emotional argument. You're talking about the morality of this conversation. That's not what we're talking about.
No. Listen.
You're talking about the motivation factor when someone's been treated wrong. We're not trying to justify none of that.
No, I ain't say justify. No, yes, you didn't let me prove my point.
Because I already know where you're going with it.
Well, where I'm going at.
What you made a statement was they don't need that when someone committed harm against them. They don't need virgins to go out there and do what they.
That was not my point. But, and you no. You was cutting me off before I was landing my chopper.
Go ahead, land the chopper. Okay? Crash the chopper.
Yeah. I'm running out of gas. You damn right finna crash. So, Nate.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is, the brother goes out there, right, and he goes out and revenge the people who did that to his family.
Correct.
All right? And then some news story comes around and says, you know what? He didn't call the police. It's because he has this black national thing that says in him that he has to do this. And if he don't do this, this won't happen. That has nothing to do with why that brother went out there and did what he thought he had to do. See, adding something extra onto it, what it does is make you seem like it takes the concentration on what that other person did.
Of the act.
of the act of the other person, and then try to make this person stupid for reacting for what someone else just did to him.
I understand what you're
so
talking about.
That's what I'm talking about, Nate. That's the only thing I was saying.
And I'm glad you said that. And that's not what we're talking about.
That's not what we're talking
That's
about.
not.
Well,
Jay
I'm
Prince,
hearing
Jay
something
Prince,
different.
You
I'm
is,
hearing
brother.
something
You in
I'm
the
hearing
damn
something
closet
different.
with the conversation.
But
Go ahead,
can I put it this way?
Mm-hmm.
JSP, would you not concede that there were American-born citizens that were indoctrinated by a radical form of Islam to commit extremist acts, who did not live in the Middle East, who did not go through that?
Indoctrinated, or they're Muslims?
No.
See, you trying to make two.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. There are American-born people here who some of them are not even, might have been white, who were indoctrinated by a let's call it a perverted form of Islam, and that was used to motivate them to commit acts of quote unquote, I don't want to say the word, but you know what I'm trying to say, extremist acts, violent acts against other people.
See,
you do it.
No, bro. See, this is what I'm saying. This is where this shit get goofy at. This is where this shit get real goofy at. I'm serious. This is where this shit get real goofy at. I'm just going to have to break it down to you, brother. This is where this shit gets so fucking goofy at. That y'all can't see what's in front of your face.
We see it. We see
no,
it.
you don't. No, you don't see it. Because if it don't happen to you, then you are not affected about it. But if my daughter get raped, bro, do you understand me? If my daughter get raped, you understand. No, I did listen to what you said.
I didn't.
Listen, J Speed, I gotta pause you because you're using words that are sensitive to YouTube.
Great. If my daughter get raped, okay? If my daughter get raped, bro, do I need any? And I know it to happen. Wait a minute. Listen what I'm finna say.
I'm listening to you.
Okay.
You didn't listen to what I said.
If I break it, if I come in my house and a man is raping my daughter, and I cut his head off, you can say what you want. Wait. You can say what you want to say.
I'm right there with you.
It has nothing to do with what I was promised in some biblical Christian, Buddhist, or whatever. You say indoctrinated. You know why they was indoctrinated, bro? Because they seen what was going on was wrong.
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, let me ask you.
No, he asked me a direct question. I answered his question.
Let's take. I did. Let's take it off of.
Did I not answer your question?
You did, but I don't think you understood my question. Let's take it off Islam. Do you think religion?
That's why I told you to do a long time ago.
Cool. Let's use Christianity. The Klan uses Christianity for their beliefs.
Because this nation said the Klan was a Christian group, why it called the Nation of Islam a hate group. In the same dictionary.
I don't
but
think
it's a lie, though.
It's a lie.
Again. But stop right here.
You didn't address
the birth of the nation is what brought the Klan back out again. The movie.
But was that true?
It don't make no difference. But you had the support of the White House. Wait. You had the support of the White House.
None of that addresses my point. That has nothing to do with my point.
Y'all say it don't address your point, but why are you talking about things that don't address your point?
Because the whole, going back to what we were talking about the effects beliefs have on people.
Again, but what you're using, brother, you're using a Sandwich French approach, double talking. You are using it as some. No. You're using. Okay, let's just use the. Let me come back to the forefront of what this show is about tonight. You are using right now. You are using that young man who went in that neighborhood who was driving recklessly, which is a federal crime, and Nate know that. Driving reckless could be a federal crime if he was using that vehicle to endanger other people's life. When you're driving recklessly, you automatically lose your license when you're driving recklessly, and you get locked up. Now, we can say that the people who went and threw that brick through his window, right, could say that that person had looked at a news place and said, if you see somebody who's doing things in your neighborhood, then you can stop these people, even though they're not breaking the law, they're no threat to you, that you can do certain things to them, and you will be considered a hero. Now you're taking the first act, you're making the second act worse than the first act. And you're giving them, you're giving them legitimacy of what they did versus saying they did what they did because they were foolish. And the first person saying, I don't care. I'm calling the police on you because I know what you just did was an injustice. He didn't lose his life. But the other hand, if you replace that what we was talking about early, the other people say, I seen what you did. You didn't throw a brick. You killed somebody. I don't need anything else to justify what I'm about to do to you. That's where the double-edged sword comes in.
I understand that point completely, JSP, but that is not the point I'm making. That you're addressing a point I did not make. That's not my question.
I'm addressing the point he made, though.
Well,
All right, well, hold on. Let me hold on one second. Dub Will and Jason. Go ahead, Dub Will, and then I want to hear a comment.
And why I brought up the Klan is because if you look at the beliefs of the Ku Klux Klan, they believe they try to use the Bible to justify what they do and what they believe in this.
But that's the first act.
You gotta let me finish, bro. I'll let you talk. Can you please?
But is that the first act?
Wait, JC, let him finish.
There's nothing to do with take the act out of it. The motivation.
How do you take the act out of anything, bro? We're talking about an act. Action.
You gotta let him finish.
But we're talking about an action. Let's get to it. Wait, bro. Let's get to it.
Hold on.
Damn.
Let the brother finish his point. He's making a point. Let him finish his point. J Speed, he was patient and he let you get your point across. I hate these circle conversations when it's just fucking common sense for you to know that you can't talk about the second act versus. It's pointless when I say to other they killed my son.
You're not listening to me, JSP.
No, they killed my son, but they ain't talking about
it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about justifying anything. I didn't say the word justify.
Make the point you're making. Finish what you're saying. You brought up Christianity, Dub Will, because I want to hear.
Because we were talking about the point you were making when you brought up the original example of Islam, if I'm correct, was about what belief does to people in certain things they do, right?
Correct.
Okay. You use the point of Islam. That might have been a bad example because maybe we're not educated enough, like on Islam, as Jay Speed is. But I can use another analogy that has nothing to do with it. You can use Christianity. People has used Christianity throughout the history of Christianity to do heinous things to other people, not justifying it, not saying it's right, but that belief is at the center of doing what they do. And the question is, what Nathan's point is, what is that disconnect between belief and doing harmful things to other human beings? Why is that there? That's the only point.
Okay.
It's not justification. It's not saying one is right is wrong. It's not excusing. It's not excusing what the bad they do. Is what causes in a person's mind to believe that because of whatever belief. It don't even have to be religious belief.
Okay.
What causes in their mind to say, okay, this justifies me doing this heinous act.
Okay, so I can get women. When you explain it like that, my brother, that's why I say that Nate was a bad example. Because you explain a single action, not a reaction to an action. And that's what makes you. Listen what I just said. I'm giving you your props.
Okay.
You're going on to the myth that someone's been told something and go out there and do an action versus somebody who's reacting to something that's been done to them. That's why yours is a better example than Nate's, because then you take away what was the real problem with that. It had nothing to do with version. It had to do with killing people that they thought was innocent. That's why yours is so much valid, because you're taking a person who believed they were supreme in a Christian faith in color masks and everything else, and going out there being terrorizing other people who had did nothing to them. But when you use the example of somebody who revenging something that's been done to them and try to make that example, that's two different things. Yours was more violent. Nate, yours was totally off the road, bro.
All right. Let me get Common Man in here to give his statement. What you got for us, brother? Oh, my bad. I got you mute. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. First thing I want to do is
You gone?
go back. Yeah, I'm on. Are you hear me?
No. I said Jay speak. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. I was saying peace to the brother. When you bring people in, I say peace to them.
All right. Go ahead, Common Man.
Okay, now the first thing I want to say is I'm gonna take it all the way back because this has to be clarified once. Among black people. All right. First, I want to go back to say that we don't have to go. We as a people don't have to go every 15 years to get registered to vote. Okay. Black women have to go back every 15 years to get registered to vote. Black men were given a constitutional right to vote in 1870. So we have a right under the Constitution to vote. Men, only black men, black American men. Black American women are in the Voting Rights Act. They're the ones that have to go back. Well, we all do. We do it together, but they're the ones that have to be re-certified every 15 years. Not us men. We are in the Constitution. Us black men. You see, but during the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement. What happened was that when King started growing up, they didn't want to go and they didn't want to use the Emancipation Proclamation, which is another point I wanted to get to. Okay, but they didn't want to go that route. They wanted to use the religious route, and we've been following that route ever since. Okay, the same with the Second Amendment. Okay, we always had the right to have weapons. All right, but they didn't want to go that route. Because the SCLC thought that we would, if we were to stand up and fight white supremacy or what you call it racism in America, we would all be killed. That's what was thought. So King thought it was best to take it through a religious perspective. See, I'm surprised that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't tell my brother that. But I think he probably did. But maybe he didn't get to his mosque. But that's what happened. And that's that's what happened. That's where we are today. All right. Now, so the next Voting Rights Act, it will be for women. They can't touch ours. Ours is written in stone. Black men's voting rights is written in stone. Now, white women, they were given the right to vote in 1920, and it always stayed there. But what get us mixed up is that Voting Rights Act and us as black men right to vote. And black women's ability to vote. See, you always gotta pay attention to the words of an act and of a constitutional right. So none of us here in this circle of four have to worry about ever losing our right to vote. It's only the women that have to worry about losing their right to vote. I know it's sick, but it's real. That's what all that their big talk was in Texas. It was the black women that was trying to get the right to vote. They don't have it.
Let's just say what you just said was true.
What do you mean?
Let's just say what you just said was true.
Wait, hold on.
I'm saying I'm taking what you're saying, bro. I'm taking what you're saying is true.
Wait. I don't want to.
I have
want
a question for him
points because I want to make sure we're hitting on 4 hours.
Okay.
And again, I think this is going to be something that is going to have to be a part 2 discussion. Because I don't want this stream to be too long, and we can actually stay on this topic and really dive into it.
But can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because my sentiment was that we have special provisions in this country which nobody else has. So
we who?
You just said that our women has to go every 15 years, bro, to be able to vote.
So now you're saying we as black men have special provisions.
No. I'm saying that is half of our family, brother. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying.
No. I'm asking you a question. As far as I was using that in content, would you say that was unfair? Would you say that's unfair?
Let me finish my statement. Okay. We're talking about a sociological perspective. Yes, we are black men and women. We are a family. Now, what I was talking about, or what is in law, is a political perspective. See, we have to go by a political perspective in this country. Okay, that's the best way to make it. I can't follow every black woman. Every black woman can't follow me because of the political situation. Okay, they have a right to go their way. I have a right to go my way. Okay, now if you want to put religion in there, religion said we have to follow each other. You see, you're talking about different things now. And this is part of the problem where we get mixed up. We're gonna have to be specific in what we mean and what is and what isn't. You understand?
No, I don't understand what you're saying, because my whole sentiment was, brother, was that there are things in the political arena that's unfair for black people as a whole than any other groups. We have to have special things. And you're totally wrong on the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was made so we can have militias who the government told them that they would not be able to protect if there was an uprising in this country from slavery.
I didn't bring that part into it.
I know you didn't.
I was talking about the right. I was talking about the right.
Hold on.
I'm gone, man. Look, Doctor, wait a minute. Nilla Fuller always say, don't have a debate with people who are.
See, if we're gonna discuss it. I'm telling him from a political perspective. And
Hold on one second.
Aspects.
Hold on one second, common man. Listen, J Speed, brother, I respect you. I have no ill will against you. I love having the conversation, but respect goes both ways, brother. We have to respect each other. We cannot be emotional on my platform. I don't do the emotion over here. You're way too sensitive for this conversation. And it's not necessary. We're not attacking Islam. We're not attacking anybody's religion. These are very sensitive conversations. I understand that. These are difficult conversations. I understand that. But we are not going to attack one another or disrespect one another on this platform. It's not necessary. Come on, J Speed. You know you better than this, brother. You already know that.
The brother attacked me first, so you gonna try to kind of condemn me on your website, bro.
No,
I ain't rolling with you on with that neither. The brother attacked me first. The brother attacked me first.
He did not attack
me. No, yes, he did. Well, then, if you say he didn't attack me, wait. Can I tell you something, Nate?
Yes, sir.
You was having a very tough conversation with a brother who came up there with you.
Mm-hmm.
And that brother didn't believe he was attacking you.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody who listened to that conversation know that that brother was attacking you. And even you felt it. You took 2 great drinks after you had the conversation of that brother. I know it's juice. I ain't say it was liquor or whatever. But you had to swallow and take a moment. Okay? This brother comes up here and don't know nothing about me and said, I don't know if that brother was there and why Muhammad didn't tell him that. I'm having a conversation with you. Wait. I choose that brother as an attack on me. You know nothing about me.
Correct.
You don't know what my position was in the Nation of Islam.
Correct.
So maybe Muhammad didn't have to teach me anything. My will is to Allah and Allah only. I don't need the honorable Elijah Muhammad to teach me everything of my life. Do you understand? I have a brain for myself. And for you to attack me on something that you came up in, if that was female, if that was only female, my whole point was one thing and one thing only. If we're living in this country and we're all Americans, why do we have to have special provision just because of the pigmentation of our skin? That was my whole point.
Let me ask you this then, J Speed. What is Chef Shapino made a statement? Shout out to you, Chef. He said, J Speed, I know you are familiar with the Hadith and the Horus, if I'm pronouncing it right. Anyone watching who didn't know should Google those terms. I understand the angle Nathan was taking. Horus, if I'm pronouncing it right, were used as propaganda. He's speaking to something that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, he's talking about Maya. He's talking about the Egyptian. And so he's talking about my heart. Might be you way past this conversation. I get into something totally. But Nate, could you answer this question?
I mean,
the 2 points. I can't address that because it'll take it into another direction.
Shit, we already in a whole nother.
No, direction. I'm talking about you. We will go way. When you start talking about mod, you talking about a whole different. When you want to go into to Horace, you talking about a whole different thing, bro. It will go replace your Jesus Christ, and I don't think you want to go there. Listen, so what I'm trying to say is we don't want to go in that conversation. But I'm gonna ask you something, and I got to go because I got to go feed some people.
All right.
Would you agree that the 2 points I brung up with the questions I brung up about us having special provision? Why do we, as black people in this country, who supposed to be citizens, have to have these special names and these special things printed when we supposed to be protected by with the Constitution itself? Why do we have to have special? Why is it so special for us that we have to go through special hurdles when we supposed to be citizens of this country and protected by the same Constitution as everybody else? That's the only reason I brought up them two special things to show you. And so I got to go. But would you say, Nate, that I only brought that up to show you that there was a system out there? Because that's what the question was. There was a system out. There was a system out there that was totally unfair for certain people in this country. And it's just not only black people. There are women. There are certain colors. I understand all that. But we were speaking on this system of white supremacy. And I was saying that there's no other groups have to have these special provision other than all of us supposed to be citizens. You said it was one human race. One citizenship in the United States. Why is it 2 different rules for one citizen? That's the only reason I brought up them 2 occasions. And so for him to come in and say it's only the women, it's still proving my point. Why is she treated different from any other woman who's supposed to be a citizen? It proves my point. So peace, love. Thank you for having me on panel. And don't ever tell me that I'm too sensitive, bro. Because if I don't supposed to be sensitive, God wouldn't give me sensitivity. If I don't supposed to cry sometime, he wouldn't give me ducks in my eyes.
What are your thoughts about this last statement right here, Chefs?
I don't. You know what? Can I tell you something, Nate? This is one of the biggest misnomers when you start to get up into YouTube. If the person who makes stuff in chats or writes super chats, if they're not willing to come on and really have a debate or conversation with me, I play that stuff no mind. And you do because your fans or your people who come to your channel who love your content, you have to. But me as a person who's been doing this for a long period of time, if you really want to have a conversation with me, come and ask me face-to-face the question so I can get the essence of what you're trying to say or the point you're trying to prove.
All right. I don't have no problem with that. I just, I just wanted to hear because I'm not knowledgeable in that area, and since you are knowledgeable in that area, that's why I brought the comment up. Because
I think it reflects. I think a lot of times you have to do it because this is your channel, and these are the people who come to him for your content.
No, that's
but I'm
not
telling you,
why
as a professional. As a professional, as you get into this and you get used to it, it's just like protocols. You as an officer, you got to learn this YouTube. You got to learn. See, when a person asks you a question, you really going to have to look them in the face and see what is the agenda of that question and why they're asking that question. Sometimes people ask a question to be rhetorical. Sometimes people facetious. They ask all kinds of questions. But you can't do that without having the energy and hearing the person naturally from the ear and naturally from the eye and the third eye for you to understand why that question is answered so you don't have to go around in circles. You can really answer that question. That's why I do the things I do. I've been doing this for a long time, bro. A long time.
I just thought it was, I thought it was a good question.
And there's nothing wrong with brother being sensitive. Y'all should get off of that.
Maybe we should just stay off the religion thing.
Yeah, that sensitive stuff. Y'all should drop that out of y'all vocabulary. Hey, y'all should jump that. Y'all should.
That's a whole rabbit hole.
No. Y'all should drink. Y'all should drop that sensitivity world because you know what? Look, a man called a man a wimp, and we killed over 1 million people. Go back and listen to that statement. So as long as me and you, Nate, and all us can still. We're not robots, bro. We're not programmed to be just even killed on everything. I don't know where these Negroes get this stuff from. We are a sensitive human being. You touch a hot stove, it burns your ass and you will holler. If somebody say something to you that you don't like and you think it's destruction for your community or your well-being, you're going to be sensitive about it, bro. I guarantee you. Y'all don't probably have a problem with us being sensitive at a baseball game or a damn basketball game. When we having a discussion that reflects our community and affects our community, y'all want us to throw sensitivity out of the window. And you'll never, ever defeat what you're trying to defeat unless you going to have some sensitive connection to it. Because if it don't have no affection on you, it's like I tell the people in my house. If the marijuana don't have no affection on your brain, why are you smoking it?
All right, brother.
Thank you. Peace and love, and always strive for the truth.
JSP, can you hear me? JSP, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We got to finish our conversation about.
Oh, bro, you know what? I just took off one shoe. I just took off one shoe. Don't have to take off the other shoe on you.
So Nathan, you gotta have.
Hey, brother, I like the I love the conversation.
We'll do one specifically on this. That way we can really focus on it. And have
we had to get up at 12 o'clock for all the 12 o'clock in the morning time, and we have this kind of conversation.
In about 5-6 hours.
Yeah, we'll wake them up. We'll take them to the sunrise. So that means all the jokesters are gone to sleep or they're drunk. We'll be dealing with real people.
Hey, I keep vampire eyes anyway, so it made no difference.
Yeah, I got you. You got that chocolate skin, bro. You got that melatonin in your skin, bro. You could go for 3 and 4 days. Hey, I'm on my 5th day of water fast. That's why I'm so sharp. That's why my skin looks so good at 62.
That's why you over here.
Better jump on it.
Go ahead, the people, J-Speed, and eat some food before you.
No, I'm going 30 days. I'm going 30 days with this. When I come back out of this, I'm gonna have a 8-pack, not a 6-pack, an 8-pack.
All right, brother.
You only 2 years older than me, man. We in the same group.
Yes, sir. Peace and love.
Brother.
All right.
Peace and love,
out of
my
here.
Go ahead, get you 2 more drinks, Nate.
Bro, y'all got a brother empty out here. I can't even.
Nah, man, we wait. Ain't no problem. We know what it's like.
Oh man, Common man, I appreciate you being patient, man. I wanted these two brothers to have the discussion. You know, I hate veering too far off topic. You know, so but it happens.
I was trying to bring it back.
Yeah,
and besides, we only got 2. We basically born at the same time. We only got 2 years apart, so we're gonna definitely have. See, he grew up. From what I'm understanding about him, he grew up in the religious ideologies of America. I grew up more in the political ideologies of America.
No, he got offended. That's the moral of the story is he got offended. And that's what
I'm saying. And that's because of his religious views, which I understand that. His religious views is what offended him. I mean, I didn't mean to insult him. I mean, I was just talking basically from a political perspective. You see, talking about the religion. You see, and that's what offended him. You see, 'cause when I started bringing up the point that that women are the ones that have to go back every 15 years and get renewed to get a vote, and that men are constitutionally able to vote forever. We're in the Constitution. You know, that's when things got screwed. That's why I've explained to him. He said if. I said if you want to find out, look up the 15th Amendment in the Constitution, and it will show that men were given. Us black men have the right to vote, just the same as everybody else. White women were given the right to vote in 1920. Okay, but black women or black American women, descendants of slaves, were only given the ability to vote. They basically fall in the same category as immigrants. They're basically in that same category. Their right to vote can be taken away at any time by Congress, and that's what this whole big hoopla was about. With this when they were marching in Texas and all, and trying to get the immigrants to come in and allow them to vote. That's what all that was about. They wanted to hang that on there, hang the women's ability, the black women's ability to vote onto this new bill that they wanted to become law. So Us black men don't ever have to worry about voting. We're part of the Constitution.
Well, I gotta look into that more because I'm a little ignorant to that stuff and
Yeah.
its details, you know. But I definitely tell you can't know everything. That's why I try to stay in my lane and what I do know, right? All this stuff, you know, I hope that's not the case where people have to vote again every 15 years. They got to vote
Not
again
us.
every 15 years. Not well, us or black women
Us
or
black
whoever,
men.
regardless.
Black women do.
Yeah, if you're a citizen, that should not be a thing that needs to be
I
fixed.
know.
And
That's
the
what's
question
jacked
is,
up about it.
yeah, that's something we need to address. But listen, y'all, I'm gonna shut this thing down. We have 4 hours and 20. Man, it's been a long.
I don't even realize I was on that long, man. This is getting good.
It was a good.
I swear, it seemed like we like about an hour or something like that. I didn't realize it was that. I was here from the beginning.
Man, YouTube's good for getting you caught up in these conversations.
YouTube will do that to you. You'll start on one thing and they'll jump down the rabbit hole. You look up, it'll be 5 hours later.
Man, I try not to. I was real bad at it in the beginning, you guys, because these conversations always segue into other relevant issues that you have to discuss, right? There's no way around. You can't talk about policing without talking about racism. You can't talk about racism without talking about politics. And then next you know, you find you can't talk about politics without talking about religion, right? Boom, cuckoo, top goes off.
It's off to the race.
Off the So
what we did was go back to the very beginning of what this country was founded on. That's why Thomas Jefferson made it so adamant that that religion and politics do not go the same way. And now you see what happens when it does. There were fights and arguments in front of each other back then. They kill each other over this. The same type conversation. But now we doing race in there. You see, but some people like the brother in the very beginning that was trying. I don't know. I don't think he was trying to insult you, but he was trying to say because you're a policeman that you're part of the problem with white supremacy. He totally misunderstood what your job and your position is in life or was in life. You see, you took it as a life profession. That's why you're here now. You see what I mean? You didn't take it. You didn't take the job so you can jump on black people. You see, because he was trying to connect you with the slave catchers who took the job to jump on black people. You took the job to try to correct the problem that you saw in communities, but especially among blacks. You see what I mean? Like when you were talking about the brother with he was speeding and acting a fool in that car. You see what I mean? Now you said you would take his license. Of course, any responsible adult would take his license. You see what I mean? That's just a no. That's just non. You know, that's just sensible. That's a no-brainer. You see what I mean? But now I think he was saying that if you would take his license, that you being part of the problem by jumping on him because he's a black man and because of his hair. And because of his hair. Like me myself, I wouldn't let my kid go out like that. Okay, nor would I wear that. But if that's his style, that's his own thing. That doesn't show his personality. But when you brought up the fact that if you look like a duck and you quack like a duck, what makes you think that people aren't going to think you a duck? You see what I mean? And that's exactly what you were saying. But he misconstrued that. It's like I don't see every black person as my friend, but I know they're not, because there's some black people just out here just that'll cut my throat and rob me blind in a heartbeat. Just as there are some white people that'll do it. I look at people as the individual. You see,
as we should. Yep.
And then if they fall off that pedestal, I think I wrote it on there before. If they fall off that pedestal that I put them on, then I got a right to defend myself and take care of my business.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, well said, brother. I mean, you're right. And you know, and that's the problem. We get caught up in these shout out to Chef Shapino. We get caught up in these assumptions, and we forget that there's so many small pockets of communities where people are doing things the right way, you know, and we like to just assume that because you're in this profession or you're doing this or doing that, you're just a part of white supremacy and you're helping them out. It's like, no, I know a lot of brothers and sisters, white men, Hispanic men and women, who are just doing the job the way it is supposed to be done, the way it was designed, right? So people like to say, we start bringing all this conspiracy into it. You know, you're an extension of white supremacy. Sir, I just answer 911 calls and then I go home. That's it. I don't do no secret oral stuff. I'm not in here answering the politicians. Police, we're at the bottom of it all, right? And yes, politics does influence, but you guys, listen, there are some people who just answer calls, they help the community, and they go home. They get up and they do it again. There's no conspiracy, right? On that level. And that's the problem. When you're on the outside, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
So it's easy to read a bunch of books that you heard someone else talk about and then think it's the gospel, you know. But I mean, and that's the reason why my channel exists, to help us out of some of these myths and propagandas that we are saturating ourselves in.
And the operative words are the operative words is help the community. Help the community. If there was nobody there to help the community, then what will we have?
And who's going to do it?
And who's going to do it? Have that situation up in Seattle where it's a purge, basically.
There you go. There you go.
I don't think you want that.
Nah, they don't. They don't want that. But Common Man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna go and wrap this thing up.
Okay.
You know, I appreciate you coming up, always dropping wisdom, man. I always like bringing you up. You got the foggy, you got the screen, the privacy screen.
I gotta do that, man.
Nah, you good, brother. You good. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, I'll talk to you next time.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm out.
All right. Dub Will, listen, brother, you know, normally I run these things a little smoother, man. And sometimes
it's my fault. Blame it on me. You bring me up and it gets chaotic, you know.
Chaotic. Boy, you thought Chaotic Troop was on the channel today, boy. That brother.
All right. That's a whole different situation.
That's a whole different situation. Shout out to Chaotic Troop.
Yeah, shout out to Chaotic. I like him too.
Shout out to Chef Shapino. He said, J Speed, peace, bro. I would hire you to talk me out of a speeding ticket. Please don't. That brother have you and him locked up. Okay. Yeah, both y'all going to jail. Don't bring J Speed up there to talk. They'll talk you out no ticket. Bring him to the courtroom. Y'all both getting contempt of court. Yeah, man. I did a great stream over at Chef Shapino channel, and it was dope. It was dope, man. We're up late.
I think I was on the panel with him on E Black's channel. Now that I think about it.
He was probably over there. Chef Shapino be all over the place. Shout out to you, brother. Let me drop your channel on the link. I think my moderators are gone for the night because who we got? Pound for Pound in the joint. Hey, Pound for Pound, if you could drop Chef Shapino's channel in the chat, you guys please go and check him out. Great content, man. We did a 10-hour stream over there. It was great conversation about policing and stuff like that, of course. You know, great conversation. Shout out to you, Chef. What is
man, go refresh your drink, man. I got my gin and tonic right here, bro. So I'm chilling. So go freshen up.
Man,
it's what I tell you what, this is what I think. I just think anytime you're trying to do something hard, it's going to be growing pains. It's just like rehab. Right. It's not comfortable.
Right.
So really what you're trying to do, you're trying to dispel myths. You're trying to really rehab the situation between Black people, Black community, and police. Is right. When I'm the general thesis of your channel.
Right.
That's a lot of that's decades
True.
of work and decades of conditioning. Like I said myself, when I first heard of you, my first thought was, oh, this guy's full of shit.
Right.
Because he's a cop. I didn't call you what Jay Prince called you. That was a dope conversation, by the way, you and Jay Prince. But
thank you, man. Love that dude. That was a great.
That was a fire conversation. But myself, and I'm not a street dude. I haven't gone through the same situations he does, but I have my incidents with police, and I have my conceptions about what police do. So my immediate reaction was to distrust.
Got it.
And that's a lot of ingrained conditioning, and it's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a lot of work to really get us on the page to where we can look at this thing halfway objectively. But I commend you for attempting it, though. Somebody needs to do it.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about what you said though is we got to start. And I think the hardest thing about making a change just in anything in life, no matter what it is, you got to start.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think I personally got tired of people complaining, and then I would look around and me myself be like, nah, that's not true, or we should do this or do that. But then I sit back down and chill. Or people will come to me, especially family, friends, and they'll ask me questions about things like, hey, what about this police officer, blah, blah. And I'd have to correct and bring some insight. And they're like, oh, wow, we didn't know that that's how it was, or we didn't know that's how it worked. At some point in time, I tell people, you got to become the change you want to see. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you complaining, which is fine, but are you going to do something about it? What are you doing? How are you investing into the solution? What I've noticed since I started this is I'm trying to do something that I don't really know or understand how to get done per se, but I'm doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see people who aren't doing anything turn around and want to tell me how I need to do it differently.
Right.
And then that frustrates me because, hey, this problem existed. You're older than me. This problem existed way before I was born.
Right.
What are you doing to address it besides getting on me who's here to try to help? I get all the pushback from everybody who looks like me and the ones who are saying they have a problem with the thing that I'm trying to fix. And I'm not, it's weird because I see some people on here who, shout out to Brandon Tatum, he's on here, and he panders to his audience.
Yeah.
And he has 1 million, almost 2 million subscribers. Here now I am coming to give truth and transparency and be genuine, and I get stones thrown at me. And so I try to make sense of it all. But when I have conversations with you or with the Jay Prince, it motivates me more. It inspires me more. Though I might not have 1 million subscribers overnight, and it's not necessarily about the subscribers, it's more so about the support. Everyone that I've earned is like one brick at a time.
Right.
And I see that I'm building something that's bigger than myself. And that's what inspires me to keep going forward, because I know that as one brick, you represent today the conversation we had when you came on. You know, Dub Will, that is a brick that was laid on this foundation. That's what makes this channel really strong, right? It's not people coming on my channel subscribing because it's a bunch of drama or it's entertaining. I don't know. I don't even really consider myself to be entertaining.
It's not.
It's not. Oh, thanks, Jacob.
No.
He said, "Yeah, this shit ain't entertaining."
Well, listen, I've been sitting up here for what, 2 hours? It's not. I understand what you're saying. It's not empty calories.
There you go. It's not empty calories.
Right.
Correct. We come over here. People are really getting something out of what I'm doing.
That's why they stay on for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time.
Yeah.
That's why. And I say this to you. I've said this to Anton. I've said this to Courtney, Michelle. I've said this on other panels. This is why this space is so important, especially for Black people.
Yes.
Think about this. A lot of people don't have the patience to sit down and sit through a 2-hour movie, but they'll get on a YouTube channel on a live stream and stay on for one topic and stay on for 4 or 5 hours. You said you were on Chef Sapino for 10 hours.
Oh, it was killing it over
I was listening to Lapeef the other day, and I was in bed watching it, and just off the stream of, not Lapeef, it was one of Anton's shows. They were on for 7 hours before I knew it. It was 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
But the reason why is, like I say, it's not empty calories. It's actually something substantive. And it can be entertaining at times. It can be goofy at times. But at the root of it is something real. And that's something that, especially our community, we're really hungry for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And which is why we have to be careful on the conversations we do have.
Right.
because we're all in some way searching for something, looking for something, and we want to be, and I say it all the time, we want to be as accurate as possible, especially with things that are relating to something so sensitive as this topic involving policing, race and racism and things like that. We gotta be patient. We gotta be slow to speak. We gotta be, give people an opportunity to express. We gotta people say not to say take the emotions out of it. I agree, emotions are needed, but we have to be careful with how we allow our emotions to dictate how we act, respond to certain things, and how emotions can sometimes remove our logic, or it can block us from hearing things clearly. And so it's not that I want people to be emotionless when we have these conversations. We have to be careful. I know some things can be triggering. We talked about religion. That's something that's very sensitive to a lot of people.
I just stay out of that. I don't even.
And you do sometimes. You got to stay out of it. But you can only stay out of something for so long. But when you got to have the conversation, you got to have it.
Right.
And the facts don't care about your feelings.
That's true.
And the problem, even with that conversation, was that Jay Speed, shout out to the brother, he was talking about something that we weren't talking about.
Right.
And he was so saturated in his conviction and in that passion.
Right.
Won't say sensitivity, Jay Speed, but we'll say he was so passionate about something else.
It blinds you.
It blinded him from what we were actually talking about.
He wasn't even listening to what I mean, and no disrespect to him. And I came back up to talk to him because I've heard him before, and he is a wealth of knowledge. But when you hit a spot with him, he gets tunnel vision.
There you go.
And at times, that can be a good thing. At times that can be a good thing. Like me, if you attack me or you attack my family, I'm gonna get tunnel vision on your ass, and ain't nothing you're gonna be able to say.
Right.
But when we're having a discussion, we got to be able to, especially as men, we got to be able to
correct
focus on what's being said.
Correct.
But I still want to have that conversation with him, talk because he never they think he's slick. I listen very well. He never really answered my question.
No, he didn't. Well, and because he was honed in on something else. Mm-hmm. It wasn't even so much that he wasn't trying to answer it. He shifted the conversation. The context of the conversation was shifted because he got triggered by what we were talking about, which was propaganda. We were talking about propaganda.
Right.
And he took that and he used that as you're getting this from white society telling you things that aren't true. And the people are really doing this because they are angry and they don't need, virgins to retaliate against someone doing crime against them. Like, yeah, we hear you. We're not talking about that.
That's not the point. The point is the point is about how you can pervert belief, even a sincere belief, and turn it into something destructive.
Yes,
that's the main point.
And if Christianity is a perfect example when you brought it up, just like how they justified slavery through
that's religion. Even
better example. Jesus is white, right? And again, people believed that.
Right.
The whole point was people believed the inaccuracies, they believed the lie. Mm-hmm. That was the purpose of the conversation. He's trying to tell me that it's a lie.
We know that.
We know that. That was the point. So shout out to Jay Speed. I think that brother's a type. He's gonna go over it again. He'll probably come back and he'll be like, Nate, I was. Yeah, he
does. He'll come back and apologize.
He'll come back.
But I appreciate. He really reminds me of like my uncles and my dad and all them, because like my dad's like a laid back dude, but when you get on a topic, that fire comes back out, because my parents are older than the 70s, but it'll come out.
Right.
Yeah. So we need that though.
Yeah.
But it's got to be channeled in the right direction.
Correct, because emotions undisciplined are dangerous. Mm-hmm. And there lies the problem in our community now. We have too many men who have no discipline over their emotions.
Lack of emotional intelligence.
There you go. And that's what makes it dangerous. Shout out to Millennial Mark. Always. Millennial, you missed the whole. Millennial, you got to roll it back. He said, much respect for the stream. I just came back and you're still live. Man, this conversation must be had. Man, brother, run it back about 30 minutes ago, hour. It got interesting. It got interesting. Man, listen, Double, I'm so blessed that you came up tonight. Shout out Pound for Pound. We about to shut it down, brother. I know he's about to be out too. I really, really, really appreciate you. One, just bringing that apology, bringing transparency. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I want you to know that I really appreciate that.
No problem, bro.
And I appreciate you being patient. I know it was a little all over the place, man. And thank you for showing, the OG some, the respect and everything. So, I appreciate you. Some people don't have the patience, you know what I mean? So shout out to you, man. And definitely let's put that conversation in for part 2.
You on IG, right?
Yes, sir. Hit me up on IG.
Yeah. All right.
Real
on IG, I'm Will88. So
I bet
I'll hit you up there.
Yes, sir.
And just let me know if we want to come back up and set up a time to have that conversation. I'm down for it.
Call it the system. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Yes, sir.
What is black and what is right? What does that mean?
What is black? What is white?
Right.
Man, listen, they let us. We let them fool us, trick us in a whole trick bag over this stuff. It'll be a great conversation.
Go listen to Bob Marley's Redemption song and let that play into your mind. What does that mean?
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
All
right, brother.
Appreciate it, bro.
What's up, man? Hungry now. Y'all done made me work up an appetite and drank all my power juice. Y'all know I put the apple juice in there. I mixed apple juice with cranberry juice earlier, and it's usually sets me on the campaign. Woo! What a stream! What a stream! We went right, then we go left. You know how we do on this channel, you guys. We haven't gone left in a minute. But again, this type of conversation always unfolds and unravels into other areas that are very sensitive that we always forget to talk about, right? Again, you can't talk about the police without talking about race. You can't talk about race without talking about racism. You can't talk about racism without talking about systemic racism, politics, white, black, colors, crayon box. So it always ends up being a box of crayons when we get done having these conversations. Shout out to you, Millennial, man. Run it back, brother. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this. Shout out to all of the guests that have come up. Pound for Pound said he got to run out. Yo, P for P, appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for holding it down. Being the voice of reason as well in the chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Shout out to the chef. He said, so saturated in his convictions and passion. Equals trigger. Facts. Super trigger. J Speed, boy, it was trigger. Pow, 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 pow. He said, shoot. He said, not my Allah. He was not playing. Power, man. It's powerful conversations. Powerful conversations. Powerful conversations. I don't take them for granted. I don't take them as a joke. And I'm also learning too, you guys. I'm also learning as well. I'm not above being corrected. So shout out to you, Chef. You're gonna have to drop some of that knowledge on me, man. I got to do some more research on Islam and the Nation is on the whole 9 yards. Just religion in general, you guys. I try to study as much as I can. Listen, I'm only one man. Only got one brain. Mr. Awesome, thank you so much. He said psychosis. White Jesus having harbor wool and a hair of wool, it said, and the skin of bronze. Yep. Skin like bronze, hair like wool. Yep. But you banked on people not being able to read. They couldn't read for themselves. And so, everybody was sold the white Jesus. Now, at the end of the day, when it comes to Jesus, I always like to say, who cares, right? Who cares about the color, skin color, all that. Let's focus on the acts. Let's focus on the deeds. Let's focus on the message. You know, color is so distracting. We see that. You know, we see it. Shout out to you, Mr. Awesome. Psychosis all day, all day. Shout out to Lisa, another one of my super members. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you so much. Always giving me direction in the background. Always helping me out, you guys. She is super awesome. You see her on the videos, always dropping a lot of gems as well. You know, listen, you guys, thank you so much for all of the support, all the donations, you guys. This means so much to me. Shout out to Dub Will for coming up, having the conversation. You guys, if you're not familiar, you know, that whole debacle, I won't say debacle, but had that disagreement with a young lady on YouTube. And, you know, she calls herself Six or whatever. You guys seen the video, the one with the Egyptian thing. And so that was a very interesting moment. But nonetheless, you know, that's in the past. So it's cool to have people come up and just, you know, we have a conversation. I think that's so important. So shout out to that brother there. Definitely. And it's cool, man. And we get a chance to just chop it up. Shout out to Norris, came through. Man, I love this guy. You guys, Norris met Norris from Storm Monroe's channel. If you guys are not familiar with Storm Monroe, great content creator, man. He gave me a chance to come up and speak on this platform. We had a great conversation. He is funny, and Norris is a follower, a subscriber of Storm Monroe, and Norris came over. One of the many people who have came over after that discussion that me and Storm had, and it was great. So Norris is one of those members of Storm's channel. Came over and supported, man. He's been supporting ever since. So shout out to you, Norris. Thank you so much. Can't wait to get that T-shirt. I know it's delivered. I'm gonna go pick it up. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it today, and take a look at that. So I appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Miss Washington. I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. Listen, Miss Washington, we got our work cut out. We got our work cut out for us, sis. We got our work cut out for us. For sure. You from Storm too? Shout out, Tommy. Shout out to you from Storm. Who else? Anybody else from Storm tonight? Man, Storm Monroe is such a dope. He's so dope. He's so dope. So dope. So shout out to you, Tommy. I didn't know that. You guys got to show it out. Listen, I'm not appreciate it, Norris. Appreciate it. I try, you know, but I understand, and I think, and thank you for this. I try though. I definitely try because, man, this is important that we have these conversations. And Ayadi too. All right, big up to you. Yeah, man, I'm ready to go back. Listen, I'm gonna have to take a trip back to Jamaica soon, man, because it's been stressful. I unfortunately had some family members pass away on my father's side, and then I couldn't go out there because of the COVID situation. And you know, they're real funny about how many people can show up and everything. So, but definitely gotta go out there and pay some respects and visit the fam. Oh man, what a stream, you guys. This is true. She says Tatum built his support over time. You will get there, Nathan. I support your message. You are such a blessing. I really appreciate it. We had a great discussion over Chef Shapino's channel, you guys. That's why we did that 10-hour stream. It was crazy. I gotta find the link. You go to Chef Shapino's channel. I gotta find the link. I'll have to post it. It was too long, you guys. I told myself I'm gonna get Chef to send it to me. I'm gonna break it down for you guys, at least down to maybe 4 hours. But man, maybe I might do maybe 2 segments of it. so that you guys can watch it. But it was a good conversation I had with the gentleman by the name of Information Man. Bless his heart. But the conversation was good and definitely well needed. I gotta find the link. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna bring it on here. Geez, what a great conversation. So listen, you guys, we're at 5 hours. I promise I told you guys I wouldn't be doing these long streams like this. Not that I don't mind, but it's harder for people to watch it when people go to click on the videos. You know, they see the hours and they get scared and everything. And so I think he said Tatum built his support off of basically caping for butter biscuits. Yeah, Nathan keeps it real. Facts. Yep. Yeah, he does, man. He does. I'm looking forward to having the conversation with him, though. I really am looking forward to having a conversation with him because I'm gonna just call it what it is. I'm gonna just say, bro, listen, you are capping so hard, and come on, the police aren't always right. The police are not always right. A lot of times they're wrong. A lot of times both sides are wrong. You know, I just like to call it as it is. You know, I've always called it as it was at the job. 13 years, called it as it was. Hey, man, you're wrong. It's not a big, to me, it's not a big deal. This country, though, exalts police. You know, they exalt them. And the police know that. And because they know that, you know, there's a sense of entitlement that they can get away with things that they should not get away with. And that's the problem, right? The problem is our police officers in this country are spoiled, and they've gotten away with things they shouldn't have gotten away with forever. And the way it was designed, it has not evolved the way it needs to match the demands of society. And that's all. And you guys listen, and I've studied policing history. I have a lot more to study, but there have been different forms of policing. And you know, and yes, slave catching was a part of that, right? We can admit it. Jim Crow, all of that. You know, there's a racist component historically that was a part of policing. That's a fact, right? I mean, it is what it is. So policing has changed. It's evolved. And there's some parts that are broken, absolutely broken, that need to be repaired. And that's the only way we're going to start seeing some change and reducing a lot of the issues that we are seeing today. And there's solutions, you guys. I have them. I have some good ones. You know, I have some good ones. So, oh man, good discussion, you guys. Listen, I hope that you have all found this conversation insightful, and also that there was something that was gained from it. You know, I always like to add that caveat in there. You know, I want us all to take away something positive from these conversations. You guys, these are difficult conversations, and no one could ever tell me that they're not. They are. And I know sometimes they can be triggering and difficult, but you know, we get past it. We made it through. Definitely made it through. With all that being said, Mr. Austin says, Nathan said, and I call it like I see it with my glasses on, but most of y'all don't get the picture unless the flash is on. Most of y'all don't get the picture unless the flash is on. Listen, this is true. The bigger picture. The bigger picture. Huh. Shout out to you, Mr. Awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. The bigger picture, you guys. That's why I said, man, there's baby steps we got to take, because we can't keep allowing when we get triggered and we lose ourselves in the conversation and nothing nothing gets resolved, and then people miss the point, right? Everything gets lost in translation. Communication is the only thing we have to fix this problem. If we can't communicate, there's no way we can even get to the root of the problem. Valerie Williams, please check your email. I responded to a message you left on my website. All right. Shout out to you, Valerie. Yeah, let me check that. Let me check it now before I get off here. Let me make sure I got all this stuff up. Let me see. Yep, I see it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Shout out to you, Valerie. So you caught it right on time. I'm gonna email you after the stream. I'm curious to know what you thought. Communication is the vehicle. Absolutely. I'm curious to know what you thought about the stream. Very difficult conversation, but I guess it's too late to ask the question. My plan was this is going to be a 2-hour stream. Asked everybody at the end, was this racist, right? Was this encounter racist? We didn't get to that point, but I might pose it in the comment section. Do you guys think this was racist? Was this racially motivated, or was this a kid who was being a kid who got in trouble and had some stupid, like Nora said, Beavis and Butthead decided to take matters in their own hands and they got themselves locked up? Listen, that's what it looks like to me. We can break down all the nuances, but at the end of the day, this happens to everybody. And just because a white person is involved in the interaction or in the criminal act against a black person doesn't make the white person a racist because they committed a crime against a black person. So, I don't know. Just want to change the conversation. Bring some distinction between some of these things. Everything is not about race. Everything's not about race. I don't know why we want it to be that way. Maybe it makes us feel better, but we can talk about that. We're going to do another stream about the system because that's the conversation people want to have. We're going to talk about it. Lord have mercy. Listen, you guys. Comment, say you do 2 hours, not going to happen. Shout out to you, man. Much love, Norris. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. You guys are super supportive. Brick by brick is how we're building this ship, you guys. This is not just my channel. This is your channel as well. So, I appreciate you. 2 hours not going to happen. Man, thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you. You're right. 2 hours. I tell myself I'll be better. But since I don't stream all the time like that, that's probably why. Ooh, it's a lot of work. Shout out to you, Millennial Mark. Shout out to you. When am I going on Tatum's show? I don't know, man. I gotta get in contact with the brother. But I ain't gonna be throwing no softballs either at him, right? Like I'm gonna be like, dude, the police can be wrong. So I'll be curious if I could ever get him on my channel. That'd be dope because I would love to get you guys to ask the questions and have him answer them. But brother got an image he got to hold, man. He getting paid good over there. So me personally, I believe in purpose over profit. Ain't no price over here, you guys. Purpose over profit. Definitely a man of integrity. So, listen, I hope you guys found this stream invaluable and that there were a lot of things that we gained tonight. This discussion, it started off, we're talking about the young man who had that encounter with the two individuals in the neighborhood. A lot of words were exchanged. A lot of criminal act was done, damage and threats and the whole 9 yards. And those gentlemen were arrested and sent off to jail. They did bond out. But I'm glad nobody was hurt. That could have been a very, very, very bad situation. And so, again, at the end of the day, it was a great conversation, great discussion. Listen, you guys, I'm not going to hold you. I pray you guys have an amazing weekend. Such an amazing weekend. I'm excited. Some good streams coming up. I'm gonna have some good guests coming up. Looking forward to these the next conversations. You know, I have a couple people who are going to be a powerhouse when they come on here and discuss the things they need to discuss, you guys. So I'm excited. So listen, if you haven't already, we're closing out. Share the content, you guys. Share this with everybody. We gotta get everybody on board to have the conversation. Hey, shout out to you. Thank you so much. It's all hot air. Great conversation. Thank you so much. Millennial Mark said, offer butter biscuits, he'll show up. Tea with the chocolate hearts. Thank you so much, love. I really, really appreciate it. I saw you give me a little pushback earlier. It's all love. It's all love, though. And I definitely appreciate, your statements just in general and the concerns. Because listen, at the end of the day, you guys, one of the biggest problems is that we only see the things that are shown to us. And I think that's the beauty of my channel is I'm here to show you the other side that the media is not showing, that the profession is not showing, the profession is not doing. I get to just give you a different perspective, a perspective that's really needed, a balanced one. I think there lies the problem. Our perspectives lack balance. So anyways, you guys, listen, thank you so much for tonight. I really, really, really appreciate all of your support. Listen, please share the channel, you guys. I know we talk about a lot of crazy stuff over here, but again, we break it down. We keep it right down the middle. And listen, please let these truths find you where those lies have left you. And with that, good night and God bless.